Good morning, distinguished guests, friends, and colleagues. It's my pleasure to welcome you to this gathering of thinkers, of change makers, of activists, of scholars, of academias. I would especially like to recognize some of our distinguished guests and some of our invited guests from across the African continent. I would like to recognize the presence of Chioma Obwegu, who is HIVO's Regional Program Officer. Chioma, please wave to the house. Give them a friendly wave. I would like to recognize the presence of Shamim Salim Juma. Wave to the house, Shamim. Thank you. I would like to recognize the presence of Professor John Lekan Oyefara. Please, Prof, wave to the house. Thank you. This is why we need to talk about African family value architecture. This pillar is now blocking us from seeing Prof. Africa family value, we used to have like lots of wide and negative spaces. In the same breath, I would also like to recognize Professor Olayinka Atilola. Prof, please wave to the house. Thank you so much, Prof. With a profound akwaba, I would like to recognize the presence of Dr. Daniel Yov Fiver. Wave to the house. And some persons who are not here yet, and to all of us here, I would also like to recognize some of the scholars in the house, those who have taken their time to put together some of the best and most thought-provoking think pieces about African system, African values, and African families. In no particular order, I would like to recognize our author, Adediran Taiwo. Please, Taiwo, if you're in the house, wave to the house. I would like to recognize the presence of our very vocal, Ayodele Olufintuade. Wave to the house. I would also like to recognize Ballet Bri Stefan JJ. Stefan, if you're in the house, wave to the house. I would also like to recognize Shinta Jennifer Ayeba Zibwe. Jennifer, if you're in the house. I would also like to recognize Ifechiku Irobi Esquire. Please, if you're in the house, wave to the house. Thank you so much. Them and from other many more people will be hearing a lot of things that they think about African family values and family systems. My name is Justin Chidoze, and I will be your compere for this event. So I have the power to keep you here till 9 p.m. Don't mind me. So thank you so much. I would like to welcome Chindima Ike, the Director of Program for the Initiative for Equal Rights, to give us a very deserving welcome address. Thank you, Chindima. Please put your hands together as she moves to the podium with her African kente skirts.
Akwete.
Oh, this is Akwete.
Thank you,
Sorry.
thank you.
Akwete is obviously.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I want to say good morning to everyone and good morning to my African siblings all here. Like Justin already introduced me, my name is Chimdima Ike, and I'm Director of Programs at the Initiative for Equal Rights, TEARS. And TEARS is an organization that has, for the past 20 years, protected the human rights, as well as sexual reproductive rights and freedom of expressions of Africans, irrespective of class, sexual orientation, gender identity, sex characteristics, religious affiliation, and, name it, we do that. And in particular, TEARS is fiercely dedicated to protecting lives and rights of the most vulnerable in our African society. We are talking about women, girls, people living with HIV, people with disabilities, LGBTQI people. We do this through research, advocacy, health services, media narrative change, and capacity building. Today, 30th September 2025, Tears presents to you the inaugural Our African Family, Culture, and Values Conference, holding here today in Abuja. Please, a round of applause. And this year's theme is Reclaiming African Family, Culture, and Values. In a time when what and who is African has become so politicized and weaponized to oppress Africans, a time where foreign entities, anti-rights, and anti-African actors who know little to nothing of our realities seem to be leading the discourse on what African culture is. It is therefore important that we Africans wake up and take ownership of discourse that affects our lives, families, cultures, and values. And during this conference, we will explore diverse African cultures, rich African heritages, and the very essence of our unique African heritage, Ubuntu, oneness, support, interconnectedness, community. So, sit back, relax, and get ready for a trip down Africa's memory lane. Once again, welcome to all of you, and welcome to this conference. Thank you.
This is the most opening remark I've heard in a while. Thank you so much, Chimdima, for that profound speech around not letting foreign actors interpret and dictate what we deem as our culture and our value system as Africans. Distinguished guests, friends, and colleagues, with a resounding applause, please join me as I welcome Afolabi Ayela, the Executive Director of the Initiative for Equal Rights, for his opening remarks.
Thank you, Justin. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good. Thank you for being here. Good morning, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, community leaders, scholars, and allies from across the continent and beyond. It is with great pride, urgency, and a deep sense of responsibility that I welcome you to our African Family, Culture, and Values Conference, obviously hosted by the Initiative for Equal Rights. Today we gather not just as professionals or advocates, but as custodians of the truth. Truth about who we are, who we have been, and who we choose to become. Across Africa today, we are witnessing a troubling resurgence of coordinated campaigns rooted not in our culture, but in imported ideologies. These seek to redefine our values, our families, and our identities under the guise of protecting them. These campaigns claim to defend African traditions and family values, but they are anything but African. They are neither homegrown nor indigenous. They are foreign-funded, strategically exported, and cloaked in language designed to confuse, divide, and oppress. Let us be clear, what we are seeing is not a defense of African culture. It is a deliberate, well-resourced project to recolonize our minds, our policies, and our social institutions through moral imperialism. Today, Africa is being targeted by ultra-conservative transnational organizations. These groups with vast financial and ideological resources are exporting hate under the veil of faith. They are pushing restrictive laws that criminalize love, erase identities, and silence conversations on sexual and reproductive health. Under the convenient banners of protecting children, defending sovereignty, and preserving the family. But history is not on their side, and neither is the truth. African history is not a monolith. Our families have never been bound to one rigid model. We have known and nurtured diversity, from matrilineal societies in Ghana to women marriages in parts of Nigeria and Kenya, to communal parenting in Southern Africa and extended kinship systems across the continent that long predate any Western contact. So when they say the nuclear family is African, we say, show us where. When they claim LGBTQIA+ identities are un-African, we ask, on whose history? When they argue that gender justice is a Western agenda, we respond with the wisdom of our ancestors who understood balance, fluidity, and Ubuntu, the profound African belief in our shared humanity. This conference is our response to that false narrative. It's the space for critical reflection, intellectual rigor, and cultural truth-telling. Together, we will explore the depth and diversity of African family structures. We will trace the colonial disruptions that severed us from our indigenous understandings of kingship and belonging. And we will shine a light on how foreign anti-rights actors are using religion and misappropriated cultural rhetoric to entrench discrimination across our societies. Let us also remember the most dangerous aspect of this campaign is not just their lives, but their ability to masquerade our virtue. By using the language of rights, they obscure their harm. By claiming to protect children, they criminalize the very children who need protection. By invoking sovereignty, they invite new forms of colonization. We will not be silent. We will not surrender our future to those who distort our past. Today, we stand firm with our commitment to reclaim African culture, not through nostalgia or myth-making, but through honesty, inclusivity, and historical integrity. We stand for an Africa where families are affirmed in their diversity, where gender and sexual minorities are not erased, but embraced, and where our values are rooted not in fear, but in freedom. Let this conference be a turning point, a moment of collective resistance, a declaration that African culture is not a weapon, it is a shield. It is not a stringent, and it is not set in space or in place, but it is evolving, and it belongs to us all. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for standing up for what we believe in. Let us start the walk to reclaiming. Thank you.
I think we can do better with the applause. I think we can do better. Let us not be silent. Let us not be complicit in our own erasure. And I think this is a profound call to action. So please, once again, let's put our hands together for Afolabi. Again, this is an African family gathering, an African family meeting. We have some of our uncles coming late because they are coming from Onitsha. And there's traffic on the road. And we have the people killing the meat are not ready. So, with all of that, I don't know how to follow after such profound opening remark. So I'm just going to pass it on to our keynote speaker. I've been told to tell you that the program of events is in the book that you've been given that is inside your tote bag. So, you have to scan a barcode to get the agenda. So, I'm going to make welcome right now our opening remark, our keynote speaker, in the person of Dr. Ayo Shogunro, a scholar, an academia, and a human rights practitioner. Please put your hands together as we make welcome Dr. Ayo Shogunro on our screen.
Good morning, friends and colleagues. Although I am unable to be there with you physically at this moment, I am still very much honored to have been invited to deliver this address at this unique event in African and specifically Nigerian scholarly contexts. I want to begin with a story that captures the absurdity of our current moment in Africa. In 2019, the World Congress of Families, an organization headquartered in Illinois, the US, convened a conference in Accra, Ghana. The theme of this conference was promoting African family values. They flew in American and European speakers to come and tell Ghanaian parliamentary and religious leaders how to preserve their own traditions. Within 2 years, Ghana's parliament would pass one of the harshest anti-LGBTIQ+ laws we've seen on this continent, what we now know as the Promotion of Proper Human Sexual Rights and Ghanaian Family Values. The organizers of that event were very explicit about their goals, which was to make Africa a more active advocate within the global pro-family movement. When American evangelists speak of Africans' advocacy for their own global agenda, we should recognize what we are witnessing as an ideological colonialism that they have dressed as cultural preservation. But let's look at the money. Family Watch International, another one of these organizations, provides the clearest example of how these networks operate. Between 2019 and 2022, this Utah-based organization also increased its financial presence in Africa by 495%. This was not just some type of organic growth over time, but a very strategic investment in a very short period. They operate under misleading names like Global Helping Hands to advance women and children in a way that obscures their actual objectives, which is anti-rights in nature. The president of Family Watch International, Sharon Slater, traveled to Ghana to address parliamentarians during breakfast meetings. She told them that things like comprehensive sexuality education represents a covert United Nations goal or agenda to corrupt African values. She fabricated claims about the content of the curriculum, alleging that the children, toddlers, were being taught about masturbation. And she constructed these conspiracy theories about Western organizations having financial motives to undermine African values. But the irony of this is very clear. Here is an American organization funded by American donors warning African politicians about American influence while actively exercising that very influence. But the Ghanaian parliamentarians listened, apparently unable to notice the very contradiction in what was being told to them. Take Citizen Go also. It operates through similar methods, promoting digital infrastructure for coordinated campaigns across national boundaries to create messaging that appears locally relevant while advancing global conservative agendas. So, all of these actors have perfected their most effective weapon, which is stealing our own liberation language. They frame LGBTIQ+ rights as external impositions threatening national sovereignty and cultural authenticity. They position themselves as defenders of indigenous values while operating from offices in Washington, London, Madrid. Watch how this works in practice. Religious leaders across our own continent now amplify narratives about LGBTIQ+ identities being un-African or representing Western indoctrination and neocolonialism. These messages create what appears to be grassroots resistance in Africa to foreign interference. But the reality is actually one of transnational conservative coordination masquerading as cultural authenticity for Africans. But this appropriation of the colonial language goes beyond just the messaging strategy they use. These organizations also invoke our own histories of colonial exploitation to justify new forms of ideological control. They use decolonization language to promote policies that actually reinforce colonial era criminalization of diverse sexualities and gender expressions. Colonial administrators criminalize same-sex relations, and contemporary anti-rights actors strengthen those same laws while claiming to resist Western influence. Consider the legal foundations of their campaigns. Every anti-sodomy law they defend was written by British colonial administrators, imposed through colonial governance structures, and enforced through colonial legal systems. Pre-colonial African societies demonstrated far more flexibility around gender and sexuality than these rights frameworks allow. Yet, anti-rights actors pretend that colonial laws in Africa are the same traditions that we should be preserving. Their most potent tactical deployment involves child protection narratives. They construct two interconnected claims. One, that LGBTIQ+ individuals threaten children's development, and two, that recognizing diverse sexualities endangers demographic reproduction. But this framing transforms discrimination into some kind of child welfare advocacy. For instance, the Kenyan Christian Professional Fellowship, which is one of the local subsidiaries for these groups, submitted pseudoscientific claims about child development during litigation that was challenging sodomy laws in Kenya. Same thing in Uganda. We saw the Constitutional Court relying on unverified testimony about LGBTIQ+ individuals recruiting children, in quotes, to uphold their own discriminatory legislation. So these protection narratives that they frame then provide a kind of moral urgency to politicians to create policies that otherwise would be straightforward persecution. And then when we oppose such measures, it now makes us morally suspect as people who don't want to protect children or who don't want the welfare of children to be paramount in policy making. These protection narratives provide moral urgency for policies that would otherwise appear as straightforward persecution of the LGBTIQ+ community. But then when we now oppose such measures, we then become morally suspect because they framed it as endangering children. And this emotional manipulation is deliberate and is very effective. But how do these networks operate so efficiently? They do this through coordinated institutional capture across multiple levels. When you look at the similarities between Ghana's proposed legislation and Uganda's Anti-Homosexuality Act, you see deliberate coordination in the process and in the outcomes, not just coincidence. The family values conferences by these actors function as platforms for cross-pollination of legal strategies, policy frameworks, and mobilization tactics. African politicians, lawyers, and religious leaders are convened at these conferences. They engage in structured exchanges that translate directly into domestic legislative proposals. The conferences create continental anti-rights ecosystems with coordinated responses to progressive advocacy efforts. And then the participants return home with the templates for legislation, messaging strategies, and their own coordination mechanisms. But it's not just even within domestic context in Africa, but their influence also extends to international institutions through systematic penetration of United Nations frameworks. The Group of Friends of the Family, for instance, has mainstreamed restrictive family concepts within UN discourse. Since 2008, member states have issued hundreds of recommendations to strengthen natural family structures during universal periodic reviews at the Human Rights Council. Organizations like Alliance Defending Freedom and Family Watch International have also obtained special consultative status at the UN. This allows them to access international spaces where they can organize side events, promoting anti-rights positions within human rights frameworks. They have now transformed UN mechanisms into platforms for legitimizing discrimination for domestic policies, even though these are not within the human rights framework as we know it. So, how do we respond to all of this? How do we build an effective resistance? First, we need systematic opposition monitoring. We need to track conference participation, funding sources, and strategic partnerships that link domestic actors with international conservative organizations. We also need to map their digital campaigns and messaging frameworks. Social media, for example, is one of their primary vectors for narrative dissemination and grassroots mobilization. When we understand their audience and how they target their audience, we can produce more effective counter-messaging and platform accountability measures on these social media networks. We should also be able to develop historically grounded counter-narratives that reclaim authentic African traditions like this conference aims to do. We should demonstrate that pre-colonial African societies had sophisticated approaches to gender, sexuality, and kinship that contradict the rigid binary frameworks promoted by these contemporary anti-rights actors. Our academic research should also foreground evidence of historical diversity in African family structures, gender roles, and social organization. The criminalization of diverse sexualities and gender expression is a direct legacy of European colonial legal systems. The influence of religious conservatism also reflects the missionary interventions of the colonial era rather than our own traditional spiritual practices. These historical realities are essential foundations for challenging any essentialist claims that traditional African values exclude sexual and gender minorities. Likewise, we should have progressive coalitions that match the breadth of anti-rights alliances. These anti-rights movements have succeeded through comprehensive networks that span religious, political, and cultural institutions. Our responses require equally comprehensive approaches that unite human rights advocates, researchers, cultural practitioners, and political actors around the shared commitment to inclusive African futures. Our strategic coordination across national boundaries should mirror their transnational dimensions. Our regional platforms, like the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, and so on, already provide opportunities for developing coordinated responses that can match their own scale and sophistication. So we must use our own regional organizations and other communities as institutional frameworks to counter their own mobilization efforts. We also have legal and media strategies that we should utilize. Our constitutional and legal frameworks already provide essential protections against discriminatory legislation. And so through strategic litigation, we can focus on constitutional principles of equality and dignity to challenge these laws criminalizing diverse sexualities and gender expressions. Similarly, the international human rights frameworks are still available as additional support for the domestic advocacy efforts. The use of misinformation by anti-rights actors also requires us to have a comprehensive media response. We need media literacy programs that can equip our communities with analytical tools for evaluating these claims that they make about sexuality, gender, family structures, and so on. We need fact-checking initiatives that can expose some fabricated claims about things like comprehensive sexuality education and LGBTIQ+ identities. We need to have investigative journalism to document the funding sources, the coordination mechanisms, and the strategic planning processes that these transnational conservative networks employ. And we need our own community-based media platforms that can provide us with opportunities for amplifying progressive narratives about African family values to contradict those essentialist claims that are being promoted by anti-rights actors. So just like with this conference, we want to prioritize and should prioritize our own local voices and experience that demonstrate historical diversity in African social organizing. So all of this is to reclaim our narrative. Because what we face right now extends beyond opposition to just one community's rights. It represents a fundamental contest over Africa's future social and political organization. Anti-rights mobilization seeks to constrain our future with a narrow framework that excludes significant portions of our societies from full belonging and participation. They are presenting us with a false choice between accepting their narrow definition of African authenticity or surrendering to Western influence. But we must reject this framework entirely. Our choice is between an exclusionary definition being imposed by transnational conservative networks or an inclusive traditional definition that is rooted in both contemporary rights frameworks and African histories of social flexibility and communal belonging, such as Ubuntu. We must reclaim agency in determining our continent's developmental trajectory, and that requires us to develop sophisticated counter strategies that match the coordination and resources that those people have deployed, while we still remain grounded in authentic African values of inclusion and social flexibility. We need the courage to defend inclusive African futures that embrace the full spectrum of the human experience and social belonging. Our ancestors survived colonial conquest through adaptation, resistance, and community solidarity. We must also survive this ideological assault through our own methods: documentation, exposure, coalition building, and strategic counter-mobilization. And so the path forward is clear. We must document their networks, expose their strategies, reclaim our own narratives, and build coalitions necessary to protect African societies from ideological colonialism that is being disguised as cultural preservation. We have the tools, we have the knowledge, and we have the moral authority. What we now need is the collective will to use this effectively. Thank you very much for your time, and I hope that you enjoy the rest of this conference.
To move us on and to further concretize the knowledge around African identity and belonging, we are going to be screening the abridged version of a very beautiful documentary. We're going to be screening it for about some minutes. To do that, I am going to be bringing on board CSC's Research and Monitoring and Evaluation Officer in the person of Oluchi June Ifeanyi. Please put your hands together as we welcome Oluchi to introduce this documentary and also show us the documentary, or maybe she will act it for us. Thank you, Oluchi.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Good morning. Welcome to the African Family Culture and Values Conference. We are very glad to have you here today. So as part of today's conference, we are pleased to share with you the documentary called Decolonizing Our Identities, produced by the Initiative for Equal Rights and EVA. So this documentary emerged from our joint research. So we worked with EVA to develop a research, and then that also brought about a documentary which we'll be showing to you today. And the name of the research is Religious Fundamentalism and Historical Analysis of Diverse Sexual Orientations and Gender Identities in Nigeria. So we have copies of the reports outside. If you would also be willing to read through the reports, you can also grab a copy outside. So the project set out to challenge a common but deeply misleading claim that homosexuality is un-African. So through voices of historians, scholars, activists, and community members, the documentary we'll be showing you here today traces how pre-colonial African societies embraced diverse forms of family, sexuality, and gender expression. So it also highlights how colonial laws and religious fundamentalism has systematically erased these indigenous understandings that we once had. So decolonizing our identities invites us to remember, to reclaim, and to reframe. So it shows us that diversity is not foreign to Africa, but deeply rooted in our histories and cultures. So as you watch, I encourage you to reflect on how these narratives connect with our ongoing conversations today about resisting anti-rights campaigns, protecting our communities, and reclaiming inclusive African values. So now please join me in watching the documentary.
Lights, I think we'd like to dim the place a bit. If not, we can also have it that way.
In 1914, Lord Frederick Lugard, under the conquering flag of Great Britain, amalgamated the Northern and Southern Protectorates, forming the country presently recognized as Nigeria. Pre-amalgamation and colonialism, the western coast of Africa extending to regions in the hinterlands were made up of compact nations, city-states, and empires. Notable amongst them were the Songhai, Benin, and Nri, Nok, Nupe, and Oyo empires. Each empire was in charge of nations and city-states, each with distinct cultures, language, and customs. One of such empires was the Oyo Empire, which extended from Oyo-Ile to Dahomey. Aside from the physical wars waged on these empires, city-states, and villages, the British also waged psychological and economic warfare. This they did by enforcing education and Christianity in the south, while in the north, Islamic education and religion was enforced.
With the history books, and I mentioned specifically Fafunwa, he recorded that pre-colonialism, as the missionaries came in, Bishop Ajayi Crowther actually established a school in Onitsha. And this was for girls or boys and girls, but specifically girls were mentioned. And it was the case that the girls were steadier in the classes than the boys. The boys would go hunting, come in, look at what they are doing in the classes, with contempt most of the time, and just go away. Some would stay back and continue to attend school. In the West, it was recorded that even in Ishaga, it was the same thing that happened, So what this means is, pre-colonialism, there weren't discriminatory practices around education of women. I do not think so, from what was recorded. Now, if you ask me what happened with colonialism, I can proffer an explanation. It is that for the British, back home, their own women were supposed to be at home, minding the homes. So if they come in here, with their own philosophies of what women are, who women are, and their roles, they would probably encourage that here too. That is my explanation of what may have happened. And don't forget, they wanted education. That is the colonialists, not the missionaries. Let's differentiate. The missionaries operated on the basis of they wanted education for Nigerians. All of those in the territories, because the missionaries that came in 1843, the CMS, the Methodist, Roman Catholic, and the rest of them, were supposedly engaged in some enlightenment project. They were supposed to be opposed to slavery. They wanted to civilize us. So their mission was slightly different from that of the colonialists. That is coming in pre-colonialism. However, by the late 19th century and early 20th century, they were beginning to synthesize their objectives, their presence here. By first taking out the black missionaries. Because when they came in 1843 etc., most of them were black missionaries, freed slaves who were already educated and who had a mission, you know. And they were doing well, according to the books. They were doing well with the missions, with Ajayi Crowther going to the to the east and working his way up to the Middle Belt, and the other missionaries working between Badagry, Abeokuta, and Ibadan. They were doing well. However, apparently the coup just stuff against Crowther, eliminated the black missionaries, pushed them off, and then took over. So once this happened, they were synthesizing their objectives with the colonialists. And you know, for the colonialists, their own big thing was commerce, and they were pursuing that. But then, by the time they began to work together, then you find also Nigerians asking for more education, more funding for the education of their children. Once the missionaries came, and Nigerians started seeing, especially in the Lagos area, started seeing, this looks beautiful. We want our children educated. They started asking for more. Now, as they asked for more, as colonialism was taking foot, because more or less they were just trading posts all over. And I think there was the Niger Company or something that was, yes. So the colonialism was like, just some Lagos colony, and then they spread, But then we had, I think the wars, the Yoruba, Parako, Kiriji wars, all of the wars, and Yoruba started fighting one another, and then there was the jihad from the north that dismantled Oyo-Ile, and Yorubas got together, fought. But apparently, the British traders felt like these guys are getting in the way, of trade. Okay, so we will offer you protection, and that was how colonialism got hold. So once this happened, the objectives of the missionaries, who were now mainly white, and the colonialists, then started coalescing.
Through education, they were able to enforce gender binaries. This they did by only educating and employing bodies deemed as male, while their female counterparts were limited to employment deemed feminine and domestic servitude. It is widely believed that homosexuality, diverse sexual orientation, sexual identities and expressions were non-existent in Africa before the invasion of the colonial imperialist.
You know that when you have somebody putting their money into a venture, something else will happen. Their own values and philosophy would begin to be reflected where their money is. But I also know that the jihad of Usman Dan Fodio supposedly took women off, the public sphere. But I've also read in the literature, again, I think it was Fafunwa, between Fafunwa and Pereira, Shaman, who were saying Usman Dan Fodio himself actually kept talking about the education of women. At some point, he was even saying something like, if you are not educating your women, you are just being hypocrites. He said that openly. And that his own daughters were educated. One was a poet. He intentionally got women to attend his lectures, kind of. They were present there, So it's like when you have a philosophy, a set of principles that you espouse, you are pretty clear. Well, the ones who will be your followers will then take another path, inflecting with politics and the rest of it, and their own ideologies and whatever. And apparently, it was the ones who came after Usman Dan Fodio who then, got to reduce women's roles, especially in the public. That's for that. Now let's come to the South. If you have colonialists who are coming from Britain, like I said, and who have these particular views of women as inferior to men, and if you are going to spend money on education, you are going to have to just prioritize the one that is superior. That's number one. And I think this must be one of the reasons our own indigenous, governments came and started opening up the schools, like Awolowo did. So if he opened up the schools and it was free education, I'm not sure anybody will be talking about girls can't go, because at that point, you are not thinking about the financial implications. Except again, for the matter of who will go to the farm. Exactly, yeah, because always there is something about the economics of it. And then they will resolve economic issues with patriarchal tools and lens. That is usually what they would do. So if you do not have free education and people have to pay for it, and you have a family where you have a boy, a girl, 2 boys, they would ordinarily just say, okay, you go and work so we can send your brothers to school. For the colonialists, they were not really interested in our education. They wanted manpower, that can serve the colonial structures. It was Nigerians who were pushing and insisting on what they wanted, And by the time we had full colonialism, especially by the time we had the amalgamation, the one who took over, Lugard, was absolutely upset about Nigerians and their noise. End quote. He couldn't really take it, because he just felt they were making too much noise around what they wanted. They criticized him a lot. They wouldn't let him be. They criticized his indirect rule, changes he was making to the courts. And he was accusing them of westernization and trying to live like a white person. But the point was, the hostility was mutual between the two, but he was being hypocritical. You want what we want. You want to be like us. Who are you? And he kept describing us like we were second-class, persons.
African people had very strong belief system before colonialism. Such belief system manifested in their socio-political thoughts, in their socio-political philosophy, in their architecture, in their culture, in their geography, in their horticulture, in their socio-political structures. They defined who they were, perhaps who they still are. And I would take the African society from the point of view of the Yoruba people, with whom I'm very familiar. And in doing that, I'm not breaking any rule. If you are versed in European and Western philosophy, everything started in that very tiny city called Athens in Greece. And so you produce a Plato, you produce an Aristotle, and then the thoughts of these people are called European thoughts, okay? So I also have the intellectual right to say that whatever is Yoruba is African thoughts. After all, Yoruba is African. Igbo is also, other parts of Africa will be qualified to do so, but I'm taking it from the Yoruba point of view. So if you look at it from the Yoruba point of view, you see that at no time did the Yoruba people underplay any gender in the society. This is clearly stated in their indigenous knowledge system, especially the Ifa system. This is clearly stated in their proverbs. This is clearly stated in their socio-political structures and institutions. Let me start from the third one. In any palace that you ever get to in Yoruba land, till today, no king will take decision without an Iyalode and perhaps an Iyaloja. Because Iyalode is a woman and the opinion of woman counts strongly within the Yoruba political worldview. That tells you that structurally, the Yoruba did not suppress the power of women. That's number one. Two, you also know that in Yoruba career system, women dominated the market. Men will go into the forest to farm, to, create wealth and bring to the market for their women to sell. 99% of palaces in Yoruba land are created very close to the market. That is done because the king wanted to hear the temperament of the polity through the voices of the women. Okay? That's about the structure. In terms of the socio-political thoughts, especially when it comes to the Ifa indigenous knowledge system, women are even considered superior. And I'm picking that word deliberately. Women are considered superior to men. If you go to the spiritual aspect, at the end of every man learning Ifa is an indoctrination system which is called Iwogodu. Without a woman leading, nobody would initiate that ritual. And of course, if you go to Igbo land, there are some women who will have become old after menstrual, performance, post 50, post 60. They turn them to men automatically. And whenever a man is not around, they take the role of women. We can have uncountable examples.
Studies carried out by Oyerunke Oyewumi, 1997, George Olushola Ajibade in 2013, and Ifi Amaduime in 2015 on sexual diversities in Africa reveal that before colonialism in Nigeria, the Igbo and Yoruba tribes lived without restrictive gender norms. The pre-colonial women from Igbo and Yoruba regions wielded socio-economic and political powers that became less visible with colonization.
Africans, when it comes to their knowledge system, their social structures, do not underrate a woman. Even within the family setting, especially again in the Yoruba circle, there's what you call Olobinle. Olobinle. You have a family. The first wife to be married into that family has almost the equal authority of the head of that family, who probably is a male. If the male takes a decision and the Yale Pata says no, that man will not go ahead. Again, why? Because he knows the power and importance of women, as it were. So, in terms of structure, in terms of philosophy, in terms of knowledge, never underplay the role of women. Now, you may want to ask, how come today our society appears to, watch that phrase, appears to look like a patriarchal society? You want an answer to that? We got it from the pink people. The pink people in Europe. The pink people in America. The pink people who came to impose a religion on you, and in that religion, God is man, Jesus is man, all prophets of God are men. We never found that in Africa. In Africa, you had male deities, e.g. Shango, Olukosho, Arekujaye, Oshefikifikilebija. E.g. Ogun, Lakaye, Osimole, Oluminlefejewe, Olasonlefimokimobora. E.g. Oya Oriri. E.g. Osun Oriyeye. It was balanced. But when the pink people came to Africa and introduced Christianity and elevated God to one person with a male figure who was created in this and all this. We began to follow their concept. And of course, everybody now, began to tend towards man being superior. Declaratively, in Africa, men were never superior to women. There were roles in the society that both men and women had.
A century later, the language, cultures, and customs of these people have changed. And in some cases, total erasure. Aside from their loss of identity, poverty has deepened across the nation due to overpopulation and the poor preparation of the government to handle the economy, giving rise to religious fundamentalism, violence, and terrorism. There were no significant laws concerning gender identity or sexual orientation in Nigeria until the Same-Sex Marriage Prohibition Act 2014 and the proposed amendments to the Act, the Anti-Cross-Dressing Bill 2022.
Looks like they are not thinking. I mean, it's just senseless. Because we wear trousers. All of us wear trousers. In the North, trousers are supposed to be like protecting you. So you find many women, even when they have the whatever, with trousers under. So I don't get what they are talking about. My suspicion is maybe the civil society organizations are tired and people aren't shouting on top of their voices and telling them, listen, you're not getting it right.
Whether it's the police, the religious extremists, political elites, religious leaders, or the media contemporary Nigeria, their justification for spreading homophobia hinges on religion and myths about African values.
When my daughter was about 8, I needed to convey to her the idea of diversity. I wanted her to be aware that it's important to not discriminate. So I had to convey to her in a very simple way, yet have the principle that would apply so she could take that forward. I've forgotten what we were watching because I knew I would have to talk to her about persons of different sexual orientation, of different races, ethnicity, etc. So I said to her, do you know what? Among any category of persons, you would always have good people and bad people. And she looked at me and said, I said, yes. Any religion, Christianity, Islam, any ethnic group or ethnicities, any race, even people of different sexual orientation. Because if you're a Christian, you go to church and you will hear this about, gays and lesbians, you'll find people jumping up and down and, saying that. You will hear it. So I had to convey to her. I then said to her, let me ask you a question. Okay, so persons that we regard as lesbians and homosexuals, they are about persons of same sex that they love and the rest. But who would you rather deal with? The one who loves a woman, who is a man who loves a woman, but then abuses a child. She looked at me and said, okay, I wouldn't deal with the one that abuses a child. I said, okay, so that's it. If a lesbian, homosexual, or whatever does not abuse a child, does not abuse any of, just minds his or her own business, should that be your business? She said, no, Mom. I said, yeah, so that's it. I then said to her, so that is how to live life. Look to who is demeaning another person, who is shrinking the space for another person. Those are the people you have issues with. You do not have issues with people who are just minding their business.
One of the most important things is resistance. Nigerian women in particular have been resisting since pre-colonial times. They got women's vote and pushed for their professional education of women. For every step towards the pushback of imperialism, Nigerians have resisted the erasure of their identities. For the first time in Nigeria, LGBTQI persons participated openly in a nationwide protest calling for an end to police brutality. They did this against the backdrop of pushbacks from the populace who insist their concerns should be placed on the back burner for more important matters. But the troubles of the Nigerian gender and sexual minorities didn't start at that moment. It began before the amalgamation of Nigeria.
Please, can we put our hands together again for this wonderful documentary? To all the good people that participated in this documentary, we say thank you. And it's time to ask around some temperature check in the room. What did we take away from this? What was one thing that stood out for us? What's the one thing that stood out to us, or for you particularly, in this documentary? I'm not going to force anybody. Just use your church heart or your non-church heart. Okay, now I have to. What is one thing that stood out for us for this documentary? For me, it's the people, the woman who is willing to speak to her child about meeting people. I think we can have more non-violent societies if we talk to children about the fact that people are different. And now it's not even about LGBTQI or not, but just generally, people will be poorer than you. You meet people that you're richer than, you meet people that are richer than you meet people that are light-skinned, you meet people that are darker skinned than you are, you meet people that do not go to the same church as you do. So how are we having these conversations with young people, with our families, with our friends, and how are we using this to shape more open and more free society? So, to bring us into this conversation and to open up this conversation more, I would like everyone to be on their feet. Please, can we be on our feet for some moments, please? Hello, people in I1. Everyone, can you be on your seat? Sorry, oh my God, sorry, on your feet. On your feet, please. I am noticing that the house is becoming, whenever they play movie, you tend to relax. So we are going to do some games so that we can keep our mind and body alive. So that we can keep our mind and body alive. So we're going to do a bit of stretch. So everyone, just do as I do. Do as I do. It's that simple. Do as I do. Do as I do. Up, 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 up. Do as I do. Forward. Thank you so much. Let's not take so much of our time. In African family meetings, I remember one of those meetings we went to in my place, and I was not listening. So they gave a proverb, and I was like, huh? What did you people say? So let's today not be one of those days. A lot of us are on our phones. And when camera capture you throughout the video of this event, you'll be pressing your phone. People will just say, look at that Bethel. Always on his phone. So if you press small, you look small. You know how newscasters do it? They read small, they face up. Once you see camera, please pay attention. That is what I'm trying to say in essence. So it's my pleasure to welcome the first panel of this meeting. After this panel, we would break for some moments. So because of time, we want to move straight to this panel. The panel is on reclaiming African family and cultural values in human rights work. Reclaiming African family and cultural value in human rights work. Please put your hands together as I welcome Chindinma Ike, who is going to moderate this panel, to introduce the panelists and the panel conversation. Hello.
Hello, good morning. Can everyone hear me? Okay, so I know I'm supposed to, introduce all the panelists first, but I want us to do something before we start the session. I want you to say welcome in your indigenous language to someone beside you. I hope it's the right thing because a lot of us have forgotten what it is. It's always hello, hi, what's up? All right. Thank you so much. So I'm going to be calling on the first panelist to come up while I read her bio as she comes up. I'm going to call on Chioma Ogwegbu. Chioma is a feminist researcher focused on gender and human rights. As a development professional with decades of experience, she has a keen interest in the development-focused initiatives targeting young youths and women in Africa. In recent years, her research work has focused on the impact of anti-right and anti-gender actors on human rights in Africa. Chioma holds a master's in law, sexuality and reproductive rights in Africa from the University of Pretoria, South Africa. Please a round of applause for Chioma once again. And I just also wanted to say the documentary we just watched and the research, she was a lead researcher on that. So another round of applause for her. So, again, I'll be calling on Shamim Salim Juma, all the way from Kenya. Please, a big round of applause. Shamin is a lesbian, disabled, feminist, and social justice activist from Kenya whose work centers around sexuality. Faith and disability justice. She leads the narrative change program of Jean Sogi, which means Global Interfaith Network, Sexual and Gender, Sexual Orientation, Gender Identity and Expression Network, where she works with queer people of faith, their families, and allies across Africa and beyond to shift harmful narrative and reclaim affirming traditions. Shamin's activism is rooted in challenging colonial and fundamentalist distortions of queerness, family, and faith, while amplifying stories of love, resilience, and liberation. Let's give a round of applause for Shamin. Thank you so much for coming here. I hope you're finding Nigeria nice. I'll be calling on our third panelist, nobody other than my able professor, John Leko Oyefara, who is a professor of sociology, demography, population studies, and social research at the University of Lagos, UNILAG, Chair Demography and Population Studies Unit, Department of Sociology, UNILAG, former Head of Department of Sociology, UNILAG, Coordinator, UNILAG Demography, Population, Health and Development Studies Research Group, and he's the Chairman, Faculty of Social Sciences Research Committee, Editor-in-Chief, Journal of Population and Development Studies, UNILAG. His areas of research include fertility, mortality, migration, hospitality, family planning, aging, gender studies, and public and reproductive family health, including HIV/AIDS. He has worked for over 20 years in the university and developmental sector with local and international organizations in Nigeria and outside of Nigeria. He is an erudite scholar and a recipient of various researches. currently, he is Managing Director of Unilag Consult Limited, a consulting arm of the University of Lagos, Akoka. Please, another round of applause for our panelists. I think I'll just move this way. And I want to beg your pardon. They had like really long, accomplished, biographies that I felt like if I went into all, we would not leave here today. So please, I beg on you. And a little bit of housekeeping before we start. So for the mic, we long press to just make it come on and just tap to take it off. Okay. Press the off and tap to turn on, right? On and off. All right. Long press for both ways. So our panel for today is reclaiming African family, culture, and values. But before I begin, I want to ask, how are we feeling to be here today, sitting on this panel? And the theme, because it's something we talk about, but I do not think that we have convened like this to talk about these issues, especially as relating to the theme. So I will just pack the mic for just a bit. How do you feel being here today for this conference? I'll start from you, Professor John.
Thank you very much. I'm fine. I'm cool to be here, to be able to talk more about African family, the culture, the value that happens to be our heritage. So I'm very comfortable to talk about what I've learned over the years. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that. Chioma, over to you.
Okay, so I belong to this community of people who are anti-rights researchers. And when I think the flyer for this conference came out, someone sent it in the group. I'm like, these African family values people have come again. Which one is this one again? Who knows these people? And I was like, wait, hold up, I know them. Is actually us trying to reclaim the narrative. And for me, that's really, the beautiful thing about being here, because for so long, African family values have been defined by people who, for all intents and purposes, are not really Africans. And so having us take over the narrative is like one of the key things that we should have been doing. And so I'm glad to see that this day has finally come when we're taking over the narrative. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Shamin.
I think similar to Chioma, when I saw that the title of the conference and the conference, I was so excited. Just because a few months ago, I think in May, they had a similar name, the anti-rights people, of a conference that unfortunately happened in Nairobi, where I come from in Kenya. And for me, it's like a very exciting time, a very exciting space. Sorry for profanity, I'm going to say it's like a big fuck you to the anti-rights people using their same, their own narrative against them, because they've used the same narrative that we use against us. I think I was just thinking about also, as an African, how difficult it is to even travel across Africa, right? Like how hard it is for me to get to Nigeria, for example, or a colleague of mine to even acquire a visa for them to come to another African country. So I was also like filled with joy, but also anger, like why do we have to pay the price for the colonizer for us to be here, Yeah, but I'm really, really grateful that we're having such conversations amongst ourselves, yeah.
Thank you all for, that warm response. And like you said, the premise of this is for so long, this narrative, they have taken our words, our lives, our realities, our families, and used it against us. And, it's high time we reclaimed it. And I'm so happy that the group, and because that's like the shock value we wanted to give. We are ready to stand by our words, to speak with facts, to be objective, to say this is it and this is how it should be. So without any further ado, I'll just go right into the questions. So for too long, others have spoken about us, just like we have said, what family should look like. Right now, the recurring comment is that, African family, it's nuclear family. And this is like a Western import. We know how our families are extended, very big. There is a saying that says, it takes a village to, raise a child. But we have been hearing that, that concept of family for African is not ours. It's foreign, and what we should be imbibing is only the nuclear unit. So this is what we have been hearing. But we do know that African families have always been diverse, adaptive, rooted in community, and today we want to reclaim that truth. And this is a process of decolonializing our identities as Africans that is urgent and we must all partake in. So, Shamin, your activism, it challenges colonial and fundamentalist distortions, like you have said, of queerness and of family and faith. And it's quite interesting because when we talk about faith in all its various forms, we have different, we have the Abrahamic religions, we have traditional faith, and all of that. And it's interesting the work you do because, you do it like within faith. And how has your work as someone that has been invested in narrative change around queerness, African family, around faith, how can Africans, resist and rewrite, that imported concept that, family is nuclear, it's not queer, it's not diverse. So based on your work and your experience, what are some of the strategies that has worked for you in the course of your work and will work for you going forward? Can you share some of these with us?
Okay, so I think to start with, just to echo what you said, and I think what also we saw from the documentary is the concept of nuclear family is a very, it's a very foreign concept to us. For those of us who are a bit older now, we know stories of, people who have been taken by a rich auntie, a rich uncle, and they live with them in the big cities, maybe in Lagos, in Abuja, or in Nairobi, because this auntie is rich or this uncle is rich, and they become part of that family. We've had instances where orphans live with family, we live in communities, and so this idea that a family has to be a mother, father, children, and a dog or a cat, it's like very weird to us, and even as the Global Interfaith Network, part of our abstract was reflecting even back in the 80s, especially in Southern African countries during the HIV epidemic, where communities had to show up and provide collective care, those different kind of care webs for one another that are beyond mother and a father and children, beyond that nuclear aspect of it. And also just to say that in many, many ways, queer communities, African communities are resisting, this idea that Africanness looks one way, and also just to say that the kind of dream that we have it looks like a utopia, but I also want to say that we are living it now. Like a lot of us as queer folk, we live, within chosen families. My friends are my chosen family. People are raising children together. People are buying land together. People are building forever homes, what we call forever homes in Kenya, basically together and living as communities. One way I would say to resist this idea of nuclear family is to rewrite our history or retrace our history, and just, again, echoing from the documentary, like, we have so much rich history that unfortunately the colonizers took away from us, and I think we need to start resisting that by documenting our own stories, by being able to say we have actually been here, so that 90 years from now, 100 years from now, when Shamim is not here, we have stories of a lesbian disabled person who came from Kenya and she lived and she did, you know, like she lived her life. And so I think this is one way that we can start resisting. Throughout the work that we do at GIN, we've been able to like collect stories of queer people of faith and just people sharing how in their own ways they're able to, you know, to live their queerness, to live their faith traditions as well. We know religion has been used a lot, especially in this continent, where religion has been used as a tool of violence, not just now, but even during the times of colonialism, where black bodies, queer bodies have been used as tools of, you know, to serve colonial masters. And so, unfortunately, because of that, religion has also become a thing that we resist a lot as queer people, but also, like I would want to say, in the same way, religion has also given us power. Religion has also been a thing that brings us together. As a Muslim myself, as a practicing lesbian Muslim, Islam is that thing that I've tried to live, but there are many things in it that still remain very core to me. For example, the thing about community, the thing about serving others. And for me, I would say, like, in that way, we can also reclaim religion. We're also reclaiming religion. We are having queer pastors, queer Muslim people leading prayers, queer people just creating faith for themselves and seeing, and for example, having things around queer liberation, things around queer theology. What does that mean for us? I also want to say that another way we are resisting, young people, there's a lot of awareness online, but also like a lot of just people saying we are here and we are not being erased. If you go on TikTok, like I think since I landed in Nigeria, my TikTok has just been flooded with queer young people, and I'm just like, power to all of you. Because also, like, the thing is, unless you're here, you can't really see what like the beauty of queer Nigerians is. Because from where I sit is like, oh, Nigeria is very homophobic, you can't do this, you can't do this. But I'm here and I'm seeing like a lot of amazing, beautiful, hot queers, you know. And so I think like being able to tell those stories is very powerful for all of us. And the other way I also want to say is the ways that we queer the law. In Kenya, we've had like a lot of wins when it comes to laws and policies supporting queer people, especially trans folk and intersex people. And I want to say that in that same way, we can continue to queer the law and make it reflective of who we are. As we said, family is not just the nuclear family, so how are we engaging with the law to reflect our existence, our experiences? For example, what is it called? Adoption of families. What does that look like for us? Surrogacy, what does that look like for us? How are we talking about property as queer people? Because if they say we are an African, that is not, I mean, it's so bullshit because we are here. Like, you can't say I'm not here while I'm literally here, you know? So whether we go back to history a million years ago or we don't, the reality is that in 2025, 30th September, we are here, right? And so that is a validity on itself, and I think there is power in queering all these things. If it's elections coming up, like, let us show up in those spaces. Let us reclaim our spaces. We don't need to be invited because we are part of those communities. Yeah, I think I'll stop there for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Like, that was very powerful, especially when you talked about how the queer community in Kenya is building forever homes, you know, chosen family. Well, I kind of like thought about it, how like the average Nigerian cannot even buy a home, but you know, there's that. But I really love that, you know, like in spite of, you know, the government, the society, what society is saying, right? You are living truly, and even based on African values, because African culture has always been communal, right? That's how, you know, when, you know, in those days, the huts, and no fences, right? And like hearing that, you know, starting up, and I hope it's something that one day we can, you know, do in Nigeria. So I'll just ask you one follow-up question right before I move to Professor John. What do you say to, based on what you said, you said something very interesting around queerness, faith, and, you know, and the work being done and African cultures and principles. What do you say to people that say that, oh, to reclaim African culture, you have to not partake in religion, right? And if you partake in religion, you cannot be queer. So there is that. So what do you say to those people? You're a practicing lesbian Muslim. What do you say to people who say that you cannot be queer and be a Christian or a Muslim or whatever religion, and you cannot be a Christian and also be strong in your African values? What do you say to people who have this idea that they can't go together?
I think I would say that the experiences are valid because, as I said, a lot of us have been hurt by religion. A lot of us have had this conversation on conversion practices. I don't call it conversion therapy. Conversion practices has been so much based on religion. And so I would say those experiences are valid. But I would also say the way we see religion is a reflection of who we are, right? Like before I found the Islam that I practice, I saw Islam as very patriarchal, very Arab-centered religion. But just getting in to see what does it actually mean for me, and seeing a lesbian woman can lead prayers, people can pray together regardless of gender, seeing a trans person can lead prayers, which is not something that is acceptable in Orthodox Islam. Also, just to say that I have colleagues who are reverends. Some of them are my co-authors, Chantel and Tony, and they're actually the actual reverends, right? And in many ways, queer people are starting to reread, reinterpret religious texts, and just finding ourselves within that. And of course, someone said, like, whoever has the money, their culture, their value system will reflect. And in the same way, the person who is writing this text also has the power. If I was to write a book today, it would definitely reflect my Kenyanness, it would definitely reflect my blackness, it will definitely reflect my queerness, my lesbianness, it will reflect me as a disabled person. So in many ways, that's how religion has been. It is seen from the view of the people who have spread it. But in also many ways that there's a lot of queer religious folks that we work with across Africa, Asia, who have also come to see religion as a liberatory tool, as a tool of saying, oh, the people who are on the margins, how do we center them? The people who have been forgotten, how do we share the experiences in ways that are empowering? And I would also say, like, for me as a person, interdependence, community is a very, very big thing. And so that is how I see religion. I practice, I'm going to be biased and say, I practice parts of Islam that reflect who I am. Those parts that don't reflect who I am, it has nothing to do with me. Yeah.
Thank you for that, Shamim. That was very profound. Like, because there's that, there's that struggle and disconnect. Queer people, with religion and then with African values. And like what we are taking from you is that, you want to take the parts that reflect you. It's okay to cherry pick, right? Because at the end of the day, religion is supposed to provide succor. So it's okay to cherry pick the ones that reflect you. Thank you so much for that, Shamin. So I'll be asking my next question to Professor John, just a little bit of law. Professor John Oyefara was my professor, my lecturer, undergraduate, diploma, advanced diploma, and master's, like for 7 years. And I'm so happy that, I get to sit beside him, not like him in front of me. Finally, I'm grown now, I'm an adult.
That's good.
All right. Prof, most of, the narrative around African values, it gets reduced to, Western. It gets reduced to Western nuclear family ideals, like we have mentioned, and, is often weaponized to erase African identities. So from your sociological and demographic expertise and experience, what would you say that authentic family, African family structures actually look like? And how do we even reclaim them in today's context?
Thank you very much. If you look at the nuptiality dynamics in Africa, that happens to be the issue of family is not homogenic in nature. It's very, very diverse, heterogeneous in context. So the issue or the narrative that is purely nuclear cannot be correct. From the literature that we have, we know very sure that extended family is very, very key in Africa. Across all the countries in the continent, extended family is very, very, very prominent. And then the issue of nuclear family is also there, but not the predominant ones. And even the one that we mentioned that happens to be extended or nuclear, there are also variations in what we practice. In fact, it is not purely patriarchy that we, as mentioned in the documentary, we have a situation in our nuptiality dynamics where a man can decide we marry one or more women, and then you have situation where a woman can decide to marry one or more men. We have situation whereby a woman can decide to marry other women or women, So it's a very, very diverse and heterogeneous. So the narrative that is just a one way cannot be correct based on our historical context and has been explained in that documentary. So it is essential as we grow because of so many things. Do you know that even in Africa context, marriage is not only, it's been known to be for reproduction, yes. In the traditional setting, even impotent men will get married and will have children. So it's a dynamics that is very, very complex. And I want you to know that fostering, or what people now term in the modern context referring to as even the issue of adoption, has been part of our culture. So it's a very complex, wide and bigger context in Africa that we need to know. So sociologically, we know very sure that nuptiality or the marriage and family context in Africa happens to be very, very complex and varied. So we should have that. And then when we talk about our heritage, don't forget that culture is something you inherit from people. And the culture is not static. Culture is dynamic. And that is why we have the influence of history, historical events, that alter and can create a false narrative, so which we need to be very conversant about, and then we make sure that we have a very broad mind for the peace, because culture is not just thing that just emerge like that. Is to create sustenance of society, is to be able to make society to progress and create, harmony. So, for example, if you have a relative that is impotent and you want him to get married, it's just to bring peace and bring joy. And if you want to live in a polygynous setting, which can be polygyny, when a man will pick more than one, or polyandry, where a woman will pick more than more than one woman. all those things are there just for our context to be able to make our context more robust and more accommodating and more progressive in nature. That is our narrative in Africa, and we cannot throw such things away. We cannot neglect the influence of colonization and religion that now bring in different kind of things that we have. So they are there, but in spite of all this, we should know that even the so-called modern culture now, that is now bringing in issues like in a legal form, adoption, and all the rest, they are more or less taken from what we have in our culture before, and for the peace and the unity of the society. Thank you very much.
I think it's back. Okay. Thank you so much for that, Professor John. And one of the first things I learned about culture, which is what you said, is that culture is dynamic. Culture, it changes. And culture was created for the people, for unity, for wellness. So culture shouldn't oppress. It should give life. It should give joy and peace to the people. So I like how that was mentioned, because oftentimes we forget the reason why as people we created culture, and the reason why culture is not static, so that it can change, right? There was a time in Nigeria we used to kill twins. We looked at that culture and said, this doesn't make sense. We did away with it. So, and the reasons why it was done away with was not because, a white person said it. It was because it's harming our people. So, always, as Africans, the context of why we should change a particular culture is if it's causing harm, we don't change it to something that will cause harm. And I'm happy that you shared that. I just wanted to ask like a follow-up question in terms of what you mentioned around family structure and the kind of families that we have. You mentioned patriarchal societies, matriarchal, and all of that. And I wanted to ask that if in the course of your work, because even though that many of us know this, sometimes when it's not heard from someone that is an expert in the field, you are often looked at in like, does this person know what they are saying? So when we talk about gender, a lot of what we take as gender and our patriarchal society right now is 100% imported. The issue of name change in heterosexual couples, and people would get married. And I hear every day, I see women that say, I'm not changing my name. And they say, that's not our culture. So in the course of your work, can you tell us, because from my understanding from my grandparents is that, they didn't have those last, children would bear the mother's name. So in the course of your work, can you tell us, is it African culture for women to change their names?
Thank you very much. I want us to note that the essence of marriage is to extend wealth. Do you know that the extent of marriage is to extend wealth? It's not to extend challenges. Yes, I want to be sincere with you. Do you know that in the traditional setting, people do what they call background check to be able to determine whether you are eligible to marry this fellow? So, do you know that if marriage is to expand the wealth of the family and to eliminate challenges, changing of name can never be part of the inherited culture. You change for something better and higher. If a woman is rich, big, wealthy, you adopt the name. if the man is the one with wealth and all the rest, you adopt it. The patriarchal nature that we have now, that a woman have to change to the name of the husband, is because of the dominance of the men that are now becoming our culture. You know, so if you look at the politicians and rich people that we have seen in Africa, especially in Nigeria, you know that their ladies will never drop the names of their father. They will add it to their names, maybe Tokumbo, Awolowo, something. Because that name attracts goodness, attracts a lot of things, and can open doors for them. So you don't drop what will open doors for you. So it's very, very important for us to know that. So, and then whatever we do and believe, even in the contemporary time, that is the ideology. And that's been like that from beginning. So people go for something better. So you don't change for something good to something that is very, very bad. You understand? That is the culture. And the people believe and work in that pattern. So it is not African for you to say, I want to change my name from this to this. And then in our marriage system also, that is our nuptiality, when we want to go into union, we also look in that direction also. That you take something that is superior and go for it. It's a culture that is evolving, and then that is very, very key. You know, if you see somebody like I read in that documentary, do you know that the historians documented that before the advent of the colonial masters, you see women in Africa leading. They were leading. You don't change from such names. You don't run away from such leading names. In Yoruba land, you see somebody like in Ife land, a woman that led the war, conquered the kingdom. You know, such name will remain. You see other people coming to adopt the name. You understand? So we shouldn't see it as something that is our standard. That's what I want you to know about that. Until we understand the dynamics of marriage, it's very difficult for us to know what is going on in the society. It's a very dynamic world that we need to understand very, very well. So, and then if you are going into a relationship and you know that this particular name, maybe of the woman, is the dominant one that can open the door, can do a lot of things for you, people will see a way of marrying them together, or they will not even drop that name at all. That is the practice.
A round of applause for Professor Oyefara. And I feel like this conversation we just had is because oftentimes, you know, conversations around what marriage is, at its core, yes, you know, we are lover people right now. A lot of people are loving, but at its core, marriage has always been a social economic contract. Yeah. And like you said, it is not African value, but a value system related to economic status and basically economic needs. And thank you for sharing that, because oftentimes, you know, there's a whole lot of conversation about marriage and, you know, the tenets of marriage and what it entails, but we're able to like share and talk about some of the aspects of it that we oftentimes shy away from. So I will just quickly go ahead to the next panelist, Chioma. And Chioma, you have written extensively about, you know, anti-rights and how anti-right actors, you know, distort language and push regressive agendas, just like in the documentary and the research work. So I wanted to ask you, like, how do we as Africans, right? How do we resist the manipulation and reclaim the narrative of our culture and our values on our own terms? And then how do we as Africans then expose these distortions? Because we cannot really reclaim without exposing that this is what it is, which I'm happy that we are here today doing that. So how do we reclaim, how do we reclaim and resist this manipulation? How do we reclaim our culture? And how can we expose these distortions?
All right, thank you very much, Chindinma. I think, first of all, how we reclaim is first by normalizing. I like what Shamim was saying about when she came into Nigeria on TikTok. There are just so much queer content, and you just see different kinds of queer experiences. So we are normalizing queerness. I was watching Dr. Mejini talk about how she had a conversation with her 8-year-old daughter about, queerness. I've never had that conversation with my kids because they have seen queerness. It's part of life in my family. All the kids, all my nieces and nephews, they understand what is queerness. Not because we've sat down to talk to them, but they know that sometimes families come in mommies and daddies, and they come in mommies, and they come in daddies and daddies, because they've seen that. It's not like it had to be explained to them. So normalization is one of the things that we need to do first. Like, just make it, let's make it comfortable as something that, it's normal. It's also in the, this is our job, we're NGO people, but owning the narrative is not going to be done by us. We can provide the systems, we can start the work, but we're not the ones who own the narratives. Those queer people that you see on social media, many of them are not even affiliated to any NGOs. They just know that this is their existence and this is who they are. And so they just are. So we need, to support more people, or to also just have more voices who are visible. And then, of course, we know the anti-right organizations and groups. Their major work is disinformation. Their major work is conspiracy theories, using our narratives against us, twisting our stories, twisting everything. So one of the ways that we can also reclaim the narrative is to tell our stories in the way that they also tell them. So what platforms are they using? What tools are they using? Somebody comes and says, they're talking about child safety. If you teach them comprehensive sexuality education, then they're not going to be, they're going to become corrupt or become gay, or we're making them gay. But then the flip side is, if you don't teach them comprehensive sexuality education, how do they know when they are being sexually assaulted or sexually molested? So we have to come from the point of view that this is education. We're providing education so that because going back to years when we grew up and we didn't have that much information about sexual abuse or sexual assault, we just let things go. Many of us didn't know, But providing that information also promotes child safety. So you can't come and say child sexuality education is going to corrupt the child, whereas it's supposed to protect. So we can always spin around those narratives that talk about whatever harm that they tend to promote. We can also talk about the positive parts that our work plans to do, because what has happened and has constantly happened is that they have traded in fear. And fear is a big motivator, it's a big seller. If you scare someone, then they can do whatever you want. So I'm not saying we should use fear, but I'm saying, what other emotions can we tap into? What other positive emotions are we able to tap into as queer people who are doing the work to kind of, change the narrative or reclaim the narrative from ourselves? So look for the emotional hooks that can get people listening to us, and which is why I keep going back to the social media that we use, and how, some people have never seen a trans person in person, but they see them on social media and they're like, oh. I'll give an example. So I have a friend who, we've known each other for years. She's one of my really close friends. And then every time she'll just be like, she'll just make really snide comments. She'll talk about how when the media, she didn't know the kind of work that I do. She doesn't even know about my sexuality or anything. She was like, the media is blah, blah, blah. Just all those, they're trying to make us all gay. So one day when she had this conversation, I just called her. I said, do you realize I'm queer? Do you realize the work that I do? And she's like, no, that she thought, there are those kinds of, like, she had this idea of the bogeyman who is queer or the bogey woman who is queer. And I'm like, no, queer people are around you every day, and we're not some scary concept, you understand? So just, as I said, just making us more humane and also tapping into the emotional hook. And I think the last thing for me is I think we need to also unpack what religion has done with regard to narrative framing. When in the 90s, sorry, I'm aging myself. In the 90s and the 80s, when I was growing up, in our church, it was a very conservative church. There was a gay couple who, like, they did not hide their queerness. They used to come to church every Sunday. They used to come to midweek service. They came, they stood on the pulpit, because in my parents' church, it's a church where everyone could preach. Like, they would have, they would give sermons, and their sexuality was never, it was not even like, it was just a given that these people were, they were together, they lived together, they even died together when they died. So there at some point became some kind of shift. I think in the 90s, when also economic situation got worse during the Abacha era, and things just became really tight, and people now went fully into religion. And then, of course, they learned the more restrictive part of religion. So if, which is why I'm glad that Shamim is here and is also talking about religion and how we can take the parts of religion that apply to us. I'm not a religious person, not for also for some of these reasons, but like if people can take the parts of religion that are positive for them. So if we can highlight the positive parts of religion, particularly for queer people, that also is a way for us to reclaim the narrative. I think I'll stop here for now.
Thank you, Chioma, for that. And, using their tactics against them. And you said, yes, not fear share, but, because it's very much important. A lot of the times, people that walk around rights, we like to be very, what's this word? Political correctness. And when they go low, you go high, and all of that. I know some people will not agree with me, but when they go low, can we dig? And that's where I am right now, because when they go low, we'll, sit fit. Let's dig a grave. Yeah. And that's very important, like you said. Because when you do not speak, it seems like what they are saying is actually correct, when it isn't. And that's why platforms like this are very important. We have to reclaim the narrative. There's a lot of misinformation that's happening on social media. So how can we utilize the media to actually put out correct representation and narrative there, facts, right, out there. So thank you so much for sharing that. I know that I've been getting different signs for us to wrap up, but please, we are going to wrap up really soon. I'll just go around with my last set of questions, and to Shamin, and I know you touched a little bit around this, and in terms of like the faith aspect, but now particularly to African spirituality, right? Like, how do we reclaim that African spirituality, and how can we, reclaim cultural practices and traditions and sites of affirmation rather than exclusion? Because I'll give an example. African, culture and spirituality has been demonized. We have moved so far away. There are so many things about my culture and spirituality that I do not know because, even, these beautiful art pieces in African homes, juju,
This is demonic.
this is demonic. You have lost a whole lot of that, even the spirituality. And look at Greek mythology, it has gone far and wide. But African, so how do we reclaim, African spirituality and these cultures? So over to you.
Okay. I think to start, I really appreciate the professor there and Chioma as well, because I think in many ways, first with Chioma, like being able to monitor what is happening around us, and I believe like the different movements are doing this very well. When it comes to our culture, I think one of the ways that we can reclaim African spirituality, I think, is the issue of language. And whenever we are in certain spaces, we'll be told queerness is foreign. And I think one of the reasons is how we use language. And of course, we know language has been used as a way to exclude us, but also we use it ourselves to exclude each other, or to invisibilize people's experiences. So I think just to reflect on what would a Swahili woman deep in Mombasa, where I come from, see me as, right? I don't know if that's the right English, but how would they see me, like being a lesbian person? Like, I don't think in our African tradition, I know I had words like Osun and all that in the documentary, but more of African language was very descriptive, and I think perhaps even starting to think about how do we use language for our advocacy, how do we start to reimagine how we show up in our Africanness in different spaces. And I know like a lot of times, Audre Lorde says you can you use the master's tool to dismantle the master's house? I don't know, but I think it's a strategy that we can use. And I think even when it comes to religion, for me it's like not like in the form of fighting, resistance, but also like reclaiming. Like, how do I reclaim certain parts of myself that have been lost through colonization, through The other thing, I think, it's just, as I said, like being visible in our own spaces. If we are going to talk about queer families, for example, as a lesbian person, I want to have a family with my partner and children and all that. Like, how do I reclaim, or how do I, how do I bring in my traditions that now can be, because as the professor said, culture is being passed, is also inherited. So our children as queer people, what are they going to inherit? Are we going to have children who are also homophobic because they're inheriting toxic cultures, right? So I think like that's being intentional about, for example, like in my culture, when a child is born, there's rituals that are being done, or like just to sort of usher in that child into the community. So how do we invoke those practices? But also I think like being intentional about practicing those. And Chioma said, like, we are very much NGOized, but that's not where the movement is. That's not where the revolution is happening. The revolution is happening outside of our NGOs, outside of our strategic plans. I know it pays our bills, but I'm just saying the revolution happens where communities are, where people are saying, this is my partner. I don't need a government document to say that this is my partner, right? So I think being able to bring that and to nurture those spaces and to just, practice that which we feel is African to us, whether it's traditions around bringing family, whether it's traditions around seeing one another, whether it's tradition of care. All those, I think, can be ways in which we start showing up for each other. But I also want to say that even as we are building movements in our work, I don't think we should organize the way someone in New York would organize. I don't think our work should look similar to the way a person in Netherlands would organize, because we are Africans, because there are things that are core to us that are not core to them. For example, I don't know if many queer Kenyans would say we want marriage equality. Maybe we don't even want marriage, but we want other things. So those are the things that are core to us. How do we organize? How do we show up in ways that are authentic to us as Africans? And I think that is one way, but I know I deviated from the African spirituality, but also the thing about African spirituality, it's really centering women and people of diverse genders. I think I would be happy to see less men in religious spaces. Sorry to the men in the room. But just because I think the more women, the more gender diverse folk we have in religious spaces, in spiritual spaces, that also comes with people's lived realities, and it definitely changes the way in which religious and spiritual spaces are shaped. Thank you.
So thank you so much. That part about more representation, more women, in religious spaces is very important, and because even with the little representation we are seeing in spiritual spaces, there's still the negotiation around that, and the women, will go on pulpits or, the mosques and say things like, the things they would usually say about, even though I'm here, the woman should shut up and listen to the man, and, you'll be wondering why they are there in the first place. But it's important that we have more representation, and representation of women that would actually speak truth to power. Because what you said just reminded me of a particular preacher that was telling his congregation 90% women. These women sleep there, they clean there, they money. It's a very popular church. You guys might know already. It's raining right now, and he said into this congregation that, men, a woman is a preacher. All bag anointing, meaning that they will give you anointing, you fall on the floor, and she's on her period. So basically saying that women are unclean, and someone that sees her period shouldn't be laying her hand on you. And the congregation, they all clapped. So we need more representation, so we won't hear, things like that. And that was a very profound one. I will just, quickly move on to Professor John, and I just wanted to ask that in just wrapping up, everything you have, touched on in terms of society and sociology, how can we, balance preserving our traditional African kinship systems while also ensuring that they evolve? Because it's important that we don't sit here and, quote and, wax lyrical about, how African cultures they're not perfect, right? They also need to evolve. So how can we, balance, preserving our traditional African kinship systems, and while also ensuring that they evolve and uphold, dignity for women, children, and LGBTQI people?
Thank you very much. What I can say about this is that I really love that documentary. I discovered that there is still a lot to be done in the area of research. And then research usually costs a lot of money. It's a lot of money to do. For documenting and doing a lot of research and documentation of such that leads to dissemination, we assist us to balance the whole thing that you've mentioned. For example, if we're able to document and then do a lot, we'll be able to have the perception. In 2017, I did a very small study among the young people, and then you see their perception about the nature of family they would love to be. It's very, very, very diverse. So, and when you keep on documenting this, and you keep on projecting it, so the NGO world needs to as they advocate and do a lot of sensitization and all the rest, it should be fact-based dissemination. That will guide in the area of the population to be targeted and then the right message for the right audience. So if we're able to do that, I believe strongly that we'll be able to reclaim and we'll be able to balance whatever we are able to do. The message for the youth might not be the same message we are going to pass to the adults. The message you are going to give to the Hausa community might not be the same message you are going to give to the Igbo community. The message you give to the Yoruba might not be the same thing you are going to give to the Fulani community. As we are very diverse and heterogeneous in our context, more needs to be done in the area of research. And if you do that and we discover, we must not neglect any of the findings that we see that might be contrary to our expectations. Because those things that we neglect are actually those things that may eventually help us to be able to have a balance. And as I mentioned initially, since culture is dynamic, we keep on seeing new things. And we keep on, and the human beings as we are, what is constant is that we try to adopt the best for today as we navigate for tomorrow. So if you discover that what you have imbibed today might not be too good for you, they are inimical to your well-being, you drop them. You adopt something good again. So we must not be tired of doing the research, discovering new things, and passing the information to the society. That is the way we can evolve in Africa. Don't forget that the forces that are, the keynote person mentioned about the conservative ideology, movement, look at how much they funded and put into Africa and then convince the leaders and stakeholders. So if you have your own narrative and then it's also based on facts, the fact you are able to put forth for people to see and the right audience will eventually yield to something positive and better in the nearest future. So we shouldn't be tired of doing research. We shouldn't be tired of disseminating the information we have. Even when you see that this thing is not what you expect there, then you keep on, make sure you get more information and then you move on. That is the best way to be able to navigate in contemporary society. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Professor Oyefara. We should not be tired. We should keep moving on and continue putting out the information there. Thank you so much. Chioma, I would just, quickly move on to you. As an intersectional feminist, I want to pose this question to you. How can intergenerational feminist approaches, especially intersectional feminist approaches, because a lot of the time within the feminist space, we are seeing like a disconnect within like different generations, like the messaging from one generation is quite different. It feels like there's a divide between the younger and the older, feminist groups. So in terms of that and the work we do around, anti-rights, because when anti-right people come, they are coming for feminists, LGBTQI people, coming for comprehensive sexuality education, they are coming for women. So basically, they are like, we don't want anybody to have rights, basically. So how can intergenerational feminist approaches, right, be used to reclaim African family and values, and reclaim them in a way that is intersectional, inclusive, and instead of excluding, some sect of, people within like the feminist space?
All right. So I wanted to respond to something you mentioned earlier when you said, when they go low, should we go lower? If you look at feminism and the concept of African feminism, it was always radical. It was radical in movement building. It was radical in mobilizing. It was radical in acceptance. So African feminist, or it is radical in acceptance. African feminist movement, the African feminist movement is accepting of all gender identities and all diversities. It's not a, it doesn't believe in homogeneity. It's, you know, very diverse. So, of course, that's where we should be. As you've mentioned, I mean, if you've done the research, you will see they come for SRHR, they come for reproductive, all sorts of, they come for abortion, they come for family planning, they're coming for even climate now. They're coming for everything. So we cannot work in silos. We have to continue to have an intergenerational conversation. I like what Prof said about if we develop research, we should tailor research for specific audiences. We cannot do that if we're not having an intergenerational conversation with all the different generations within the feminist movement and also all the different diversities within the feminist movement. So we should have, we should continue to have, you know, continuous dialogue. We should, as I said, not work in silos. I really would have loved, not an indictment, but I really would have loved to see more mainstream feminist organizations, for instance, participating in such a conference as this, because this affects all of us. And so that idea that, oh, it's the queer people that are doing the work, that concerns them. Eventually it concerns all of us. I mean, look at what the Trumps of this world are doing right now. They're doing it to every one of us. So understanding that we are working together, we're in this together, and kind of ensuring we have a unified voice is really one of the key things that we need to do. We also, I mean, just with the advancement of all the conservative ideology, a lot of funding is being taken away from the Black feminist movements, African feminist movements, where like we're the ones that are bearing or feeling the brunt the most. I think there was a research that was done or is currently ongoing, and we basically we've seen that most Black feminist organizations or African feminist organizations, most of them have lost a good chunk of their funding, or will be losing a good chunk of their funding by the end of this year. So it means that, and as it was Dr. Toyin who said this in that term, it means that whoever controls the money, controls the philosophy, controls even they also can control the norms and the culture. So we need money. I'm always like, it might be capitalistic in nature but unfortunately we live in a capitalist system right now. It would be nice not to participate in capitalism, but the truth is we have to. So how can we ensure that we also have set up systems of economic expansion and economic growth for us as feminists, as queer activists? Because when we have the money, then we'll have the mouth, as they say in Nigeria. If you don't have money, you don't have mouth. So we need to build those systems that ensures that, you know, there's, Justin, I'm done. We build those systems that ensures that we have money and we're able to generate wealth. I think I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chioma. Like we have all been saying, he who controls the money, did I just say he? Those who control the money, control the philosophy. So I just want the panel to leave one word, and max 2. So if it doesn't enter 1 or 2 words, you can just pass the mic. Can you leave 1 or 2 words with the house so that we wrap up the panel?
For me, the word I have is that there should be more empirical studies that we assist, you know, in putting forward and enhancing African family, culture, and value. Thank you.
For this, Chioma, let's hear from you.
This is hard. I think for me, the two words I'll say is not two words. African family is not static. It's diverse. It's broad. It's complex. Not simple.
Thank you. African family is diverse. That's great. Thank you. Shamin, over to you.
African queer visibility.
Thank you.
Hello, you can do better with that round of applause, with the one we learned in the morning. Your round of applause for the panelists, please. Pictures, photogracias, and photographers. Thank you so much, Chimdima. Thank you, Shamim. Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Ms. Chioma, for such insightful conversation. It's time to jiggy up the house. If you want to get some sugar, say yeah. Okay. I can hear that. Before we break for tea, to lighten up the room, please let's invite our cultural and creative performers. Please put your hands together as we invite them to give us a breaking, beautiful, and wowing performance. They proceed with Adamma Masquerade, all the way from the Igbo tribe of Nigeria. You can hear the sound of the Oja and the Iwa. Enjoy.
Wambe, yesene mazoye. Wambe, yesene mazoye. Yewo, asina ya tuwe ishebeyo. Arika asina makabeyo. Asina ya tuwe ishebeyo. Arika asina makabeyo. Okweyi na kwizote. Okweyi na kwizote. Eyi na aisoginazo. Eyi na aisoginazo. Adamana No day you what people they talk. What he can ask a kill it till. See this level now one now get on that one now go take and do it in a law. Where do you logo? Logo. Hey, where do you know? I go do what we talk about. Go no people die. For the danger. One out of the waste time. What have you done to me? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I say, what have you done to me? Yeah, I don't know. Oh yeah, believe me, they got to you. I need you for my family. Believe me, hey yo, believe me, he got me you. I need you. I say, oh, he must be you, hey yo. I want it. I need you for my family.
Thank you so much to the Bamba Titing Bamba Titing Boom. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that wonderful performance. Please, you can do better than the applause we gave. Round of applause. I can't remember the last time I danced. For all of you to see this performance, it's one goat. That might dance, you pay money. I mean, Amo. So please, we have to break now for tea and refreshment just outside so that we can water and lubricate, and then we can come back into the hall. We have 15 minutes for that, please. So please make your way out of the hall. Just before you see the buffet and the hotel servers ready to issue tea and whatever they have to you. Thank you so much. We have 15 minutes. We should be back here in how many? At 1:25.
How you go out there and they say your mother is a whore, your mother is a lesbian, and how will you survive in this stupid world? That's why when they run back home and they want to just call up on the couch for the next 2 months, I'll just be walking past because it's my fault. If I hadn't come out and everybody didn't know I'm gay, they wouldn't be treating these children like this. Yeah? My mother lives in my house now. My mom was my greatest. Yeah? One day when you're talking about OPP, my greatest hope is my mom. We're living together now and learning to live with each other. Every day there's a fight. After we finish fighting, everybody goes there. Say, you don't know how to keep secret. Everybody else is doing their own under clubs. You are doing your own open. I said, what am I doing? Tell me what I'm doing. You say you are shower. I say, yes. You born me. You born a shower. That means you are shower. But at the end of the day, they're teaching you, they're training you because they've seen the kind of child you are from childhood and they know it's very likely that they won't go to break you. And they have to toughen you up. Sorry.
Thank you so much. So, any other comment or question? Okay.
Yes. So, I don't understand, like, it's so overwhelming for me getting to this age and time to, like, know this history. And I don't know, is there like even like incorporate this into like the secondary SSC sector where Yoruba teachers can actually like...
Yoruba is going to teach Yoruba teachers. University systems are designed to teach coloniality. Except the university systems and secondary and primary systems are decolonized. And those are the things that you are interested in. I'm sure you want to like do research into. I'm sure, like you call outside the lines. Do you know how fucking genius you are? Sorry.
Oh, it's fine.
Okay, thank you. They said it's fine. I'm not sure, but I'll pretend that it's fine. But please, Jess, delete all the parts. I want to present myself as this very nice girl. Please come and give me all your money and come with your playlist and stuff. Anyway, basically, when you find out when there's something that is bugging you about the system, that means that's what you are supposed to be doing, to find ways of debugging. And you are genius enough to find ways around these things.
Thank you so much. So I don't know, I have a follow-up question to what you asked. So mine is, because I noticed that your work tried to strategically connect the challenges faced by queer Nigerians to the colonial educational structures, the social studies. I think we call it civic education now. So I'm looking around, what should a concrete steps towards decolonizing our educational system right from this primary school look like? So I don't know if it's for you or just for us generally. I mean like a practical step. What I hear people say a decolonized educational system, but what are the practical steps?
Sorry, what I just want to say, number one, is like, this doesn't just affect square folks. You have to think about the fact that this affects other Nigerians that are not even crying. The country is the way it is because of the way everything is set up. and we have to examine. We can't just be looking at ourselves looking as, oh, we're oppressed, gosh, me. But at least you are resisting at some level. There's so many people that are not even resisting at all and don't even understand. So when you think about things like educational system decolonizing, they're looking at what they call that thing that you go and write bills. Policy. They are looking at policies. They are looking at the Ministry of Education. They are looking at showing up as yourself and presenting something that is actually sensible. I am sure there are groups working on these things. But you know, change is gradual. Nothing happens overnight. Like right now, the Tinubu government again is talking about instituting whatever. They have removed CRS formally from, which is such a relief and whatever, because my sons, they have problems with that. They score 0 all the time. It's my fault, I should have told them by now. Well, you know, like, so these are like, they are gradual changes. We also have to be very, very patient. We have to be patient with ourselves, we have to be patient with the system. The system was not built for Nigerians, the system was built for extraction. So once you come with that angle, you are not just looking at how do poor people save themselves, it's also how do we save ourselves, because we come in a community. We find allyship in the strangest of places. About 6 months ago, they called me in the center of Agboolé and knelt me down, and they said, "Ọmọ yín tó ń kúnlẹ̀ síbí, I've been there for 3 going on 7 years now." They said, "This child that is living before you is a lesbian. She belongs to a group of," they were saying this in Yoruba, "she belongs to a group of gay and lesbian people. What do we do about it?" This child is a valuable member of our community. This child is a very naughty person. What do you want to do about it? After I knelt down, nobody said a word. I stood up, picked my bag and walked out. I didn't return for 3 weeks. When I returned, they met me with drums. Somebody has a question.
Well, thank you very much for a very enlightening discourse. And this sort of conversation, I'm glad that they're having it in this kind of setting where I can see some people that are younger. I don't want to say where they are young people, I'll just say younger people, because we are all young.
You're all children.
Young. However, one of the things I want to say is, yes, educational system is one of the places where we must do something about. But we also must recognize that there are things we can do at the level of the family as individuals. Because, again, a lot of things are being eroded. For example, I get concerned when I see children whose name is Olamide and they can't speak a word of Yoruba. Again, that doesn't just happen. It's because we are not paying attention. And I seriously fear that in another 20 years, we may actually be looking around museums, looking for people that can speak the language. Because again, it's something you pass on.
Yes.
So, and also things as basic as even naming children.
Yes.
My own grandmother is Ujolape. And I promised myself that if I have a daughter, she must answer that. Because again, it is one of the richest names that I've ever come across. Ujolape. In fact, there is this lady, the wife of King Prince Odora, Ujolape Odora. The day I met her, I told her that to answer a name that I consider. So many of these things, we start hearing names like Ella, like
JK,
and it's everywhere. And I hear you are JD Okonta. And I'm like, okay, come on. You can as well be Tochukwu Okonta. If you understand what I mean. That what exactly, and after some time, the local names are beginning to be seen as a sign of poor education, that who names their children Tobechukwu, like should be something more fanciful than that. So I think some of these things we need to begin to work at it at the level of the family. I come from a rich historical family, and I did everything I could to make sure that the oriki of my people, I put it in computer, I saved it in so many cloud everywhere, because I know the last person that knew the rendition died 2 years ago. So if one has not taken the rendition and transcribed it into the local language and saved it somewhere, the person will have. And this person that died, who knew the last rendition, was not even an Atilola. She was married into the Atilola family. So meaning that, because again, she was one that is always with the women and they talk about, so she, and I was like, even all the Atilolas cannot make that rendition. That it is somebody married to them and she's now late. And that will have. So some of these things we need to look for a way of bringing them, and without seeing them from the lens that people see it from. I was telling someone that when you hear things like Ome Jomeji, and people say, oh my God, that not necessarily that it is demonized, but there is a rich history behind how you became Omejomeji.
Yes.
And that when you hear that history, you realize that your forefathers were actually very great people, because those things came from certain.
No, that's Omila. That's far. That's Omila. Sorry, that's Omila.
Okay, so some of these things, I just feel that if we can start the conversation at the level of family, it is easier for us to now take on institutions. But rather than take on institutions and when we for, because there are people who will tell school that my son is not doing Yoruba, that rather he should do French. Because they feel that it is.
Okay, so what I want to just say is one of the things that we do is we panic and we're scared. We're thinking something is being missed. Nothing is being missed. See that woman that knows the Yoruba. There are people that's what they do in the Sheshe community. They know your family name. They will be seeing your family lineage. I know a boy. His name is Khalid Ayanshino. Khalid knows the oriki of every city, every town, every Yoruba city, every Yoruba town. That boy is a small boy. Because it's not the educational system where you have to cram things or do jigo, garbage in, garbage out. It is actually giving it to you. You understand it. It comes from the ashe that's been passed down to you in your memory. So I'm not scared about people naming their children Jaden, because if they go to London, the reason why they are naming their children Jaden is because if you go to London and your name is Ayodele, they will not give you job. They will say, where are you from? Which part of Africa are you from? But Jaden, love. They will give me job now, and we are raising our children to go abroad. So I don't blame people, and I don't think we should be afraid. I think our presence here, our presence and our thoughts and our desires are enough to change things. Thank you very much.
I want to ask whether, are you doing a postgraduate program or is some program that you are doing? I want to be sure I have a clearer understanding whether you are in the University of Ibadan. I don't know if there's that you are in Ibadan. Or are you trying to document some of these things that you are learning? Because documentation, even learning would refer and all the rest is because of documentation. Yes. And then people going with that documentation is inimical to our development. Yes. How are you doing actually? I just want to be, whether you have been encouraged or there is a documentation apart from what you are doing now, or this is how you are presented. I know it's sketchy. Maybe you want to make it more better, and then you are trying to publish in a particular journal. I know it might be local,
but very, very essential. Because this one was just not go like this. Sorry. I'm really sorry.
Thank you so much, sir. So I'm in UI, but I'm not in UI. I basically live there at the staff floor.
What are you doing about documentation?
Documentation.
So that you are gaining.
Like you said, research requires a lot of money. Like right now, I'm going to school basically at Udi, at Spoko Imoja. That's why I don't use this on Thursdays. I go to school, I sit down. That's what we do. You sit down, they will send you on errands. You sit down. They will send you on errands. You dance a lot. You see me dancing. Because my father will be very mad at me if I come to somewhere and they're playing drums like that and I don't dance. It's ignoring with that game. So I've not been talking about documentation. I've not even considered it.
Do you have people following you, learning what you are doing?
Yes.
You are transmitting to other
Yes, I'm transmitting to my children. I'm transmitting to a bunch of other people.
You have NGO?
No, I don't.
You have to think about that.
I know, please, I don't have that.
You just got past this.
Yes, they are going.
It's not necessarily about.
No, the administrative. I see all my children. Look at them. Look at them. You see all my lovely children. They're all in NGOs. Look at them. They're doing so much wonderful, beautiful stuff. I can't do it. That's why I love them, and I'm so proud of everything that they're doing. But I'm willing to work on research to document. But yeah, I'm willing to do that. I'm doing it gradually, small, but yeah.
I want to suggest that TIAS should be able to liaise with you more. TIAS should be able to liaise. I don't know the organizers are here. Some of these publications, please, you don't throw them away. If these appear on your bulletin or some other things.
We tend to get like a repeatable journal to publish there and then put them online. But also intend to run SEOs. So when people search for documents like this, they will come up. So yes, that's.
And our name will be written there that we propagate.
Yes, that is our intention. That's our intention. So this is the first phase of this project. So and that's one of the reasons we instituted this conference, to get them to come speak with audiences and then let the people also give them feedback, and they will go back to conclude with the research and come up with the papers and then commence with the publications.
That's great.
Sure. So sorry, I wanted to ask a few questions. So I realized that you spoke about family, and how important it is for us to start the conversation from the family. That's very key. One of the outcomes of the project, Fruit of the Rain, was using what you call a family, coming from a family angle, to remove stigma and discrimination. And we realized that it is very effective, very, very effective. When we come to this kind of conversation, I think it is very important. I don't know what you guys have discussed before now, I just came in right now. But I think it's very important that we also start talking about religion, deconstructing religion. I think this basic, so a lot of people use.
So I think there's a topic like that going on somewhere else.
Okay.
Yes, this is just about deconstructing Yoruba, yes, another one about religion, all of them.
Yeah, but because they take out religion, because religion, I like to see Christianity and Islam as a tool for forgetting. Like it's a tool that helps us, that they use for us to forget our own ways of life. That's how I see it actually. Because if you look at the way the colonial masters came about it, they set in religion before they came to do their ideas. So they need to understand how our religion works, who we listen to, and those are the roots that they use to penetrate us. So we need to understand exactly how our culture, how our tradition. I don't like to call Sheshe religion per se. As a Yoruba person, I don't see it as religion. I see it as my way. I see it as my culture. But if people can understand it from that lens, I think people will start to embrace who they are. You get, instead of forgetting what we are. A lot of people have been trying to stories. You said a lot around. Even me, I love my Yoruba name to the extent that I get really angry when I pronounce it wrong. Because the meaning is rich and it tells a lot about how it was born. So when you pronounce it wrongly, it gets me pissed off. I just don't want to have that conversation, so I give people scores. You get, but I would really love it if you could pronounce my name correctly. You get, so it's I do believe it's very simple. I do believe yes. So that's thank you so much. So I hear things around intentionality. I hear things about going back to our root, which is family as the smallest unit of society. So and then talking about names. His names really go with a lot of history and stories behind it. So I think most of us who don't feel comfortable that we should go back to our parents to inquire why we were giving those names. Like my daughter, the name she bears now, I have never heard the name before. But it was just circumstances surrounding her birth that someone brought about the name, this Chimetaram. I don't know if any Chimetaram, as my God has visited me. So,
as you said, my God has visited me. Yes. It is actually my Chi as. Because again, we transpose that Chi for God. For God, it doesn't portray what God actually portrayed in Western culture. It's the Chi.
I understand what you mean. So, and it was personal to me and the mother, and so it's a lot. It's a lot around me. So I will be ending here, but I'll just let you ask your question. It's not a question. Okay, just become okay. So we can wrap up. I think we are the only sessions.
Our section seems to be interesting. Yeah.
I just want to say something concerning what you said earlier. Because I come from a family of drummers. And I don't know shit about it. Because nobody is interested. After my grandpa died, nobody is interested. My grandpa did not give birth to a lot of children, only 3. And the 3 of them, they're not interested. Me now, I'm interested. Nobody wants to, push me through. I asked my dad, okay, you see we're from a family of drummers. Yeah, now what what do you want to use drums to do? And stuff like that. And then I go ahead to ask aunties and all that. Nobody knows anything. And that's because nobody was interested. So like you said, documentation really, really matters because it might not be you as the children, maybe extension of the family. I want to learn stuff like that. So yeah, that's what
Thank you so much. So tell her we're already done.
Yeah, done.
We're already done. So thank you so much, everyone. We'll go back to the general hall now. So we've heard a lot, we've learned a lot. Let's also be evangelists. Let's take what we learned.
We will be discussing our work reclaiming kinship, which breaks down obviously the family making practices in pre-colonial Africa and also as it relates to certain relationships in Kenya in this day. In Africa generally, in this day and age, we should be okay. Before we move on to our introducing her organization and the work itself, let me quickly give you a brief introduction of Shamim herself. Shamim is a disabled feminist and social justice activist from Kenya whose work reflects her passion. And obviously her work centers sexuality, faith advocacy, and disability justice. I cannot give enough justice to what she does, so I'll let her explain her work, her organization, and move right into the presentation itself.
Hello everyone. How are you?
Okay, as Yinka said, my name is Shamim, and I think I can judge Yinka to say they are a Gen Z based on he described lesbian relationships as sapphic. That's how I know you're a Gen Z. I think, Tella, you can start from the beginning.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. So,
Tella. Sorry, hold on. Christ. Take that out, just close it. Go back to just. Let's just go like that, please.
okay, so just the first slide, please. So, our paper is called Reclaiming Kinship. Our paper is called Reclaiming Kinship, Decolonizing Nuclear Family Ideal in African Contexts. And this is not my paper, it's a collective between myself, Shamim, and my colleague Reverend Chantel Fontaine, and our colleague Reverend Tony Kruger Ayebazigwe, and we'll get into it as we continue. Next slide. Okay, so I will talk briefly about ourselves as the Global Interfaith Network for people of all sexes, sexual orientations, gender identities, and expressions. Okay, the acronym is GIN or GINSOGI, and we are an interfaith organization that is a global interfaith network of gender and sexual minority people of faith who use their faith tradition as a source of insight and energy to advocate for the human rights of LGBTIQ plus people globally. Our core mission is using our beliefs and traditions to ensure that the views, values, and rights of people of all sexes, sexual orientations, gender identities, and expressions are recognized, respected, and valued. We use narrative change, storytelling, and faith across the global south to shift harmful discourses and build queer family ecosystems. You can also check us out on different social media platforms at GINSOGI, as well as our website to get to understand the work that we do more. This is photos of the three of us, myself, Shamim Salim, then we have Reverend Chantel Fontaine and Reverend Tony Kruger Ayebazigwe, who are the three authors of this paper. How can we go back to the introductions? I think you can go to Tony. Okay, so Reverend Tony is the executive director of GINSOGI, and she has a long history of LGBT activism, specifically in HIV prevention and core programs for LGBT people, and particularly participated as a long-time mentor of both metropolitan community churches and the Anglican Church in South Africa. As the executive director of GINSOGI, she has a strong focus on combining faith and misogyny issues in her advocacy and a particular interest in strengthening the voices of SOGI activists of faith from the Global South and East. Tony is completing a master's degree in gender and religion at the University of so she was. Tony is completing a master's degree in gender and religion at the University of KwaZulu-Natal in South Africa. She was ordained as a clergy in MCC in February 2021 and has a special interest in post-colonial feminists and queer theology. Our other author is Reverend Chantel Fontaine. Reverend Chantel is a Black lesbian woman from Botswana and considers herself as an African feminist theologian and has a strong passion for theology as a discipline and practical way of life. She is the senior program manager for the Religious Dialogue program at GIN. Her interests are especially its interaction with spiritual and sexuality. Chantel has a Bachelor of Arts degree in theology and her work focuses on faith and inclusion and their link to human rights. She has a long history of LGBTQ activism and an inspiring minister of the Word and Works of Christ in the African Methodist Episcopal Church. So I think you can see from all this, we have a very rich team that this paper is not just like an academic paper, but also our lived experiences and also the work that we do at GNSOE. So it's very much action research or action oriented paper that I will also talk about some of the practical work that we have done and continue to do. Okay. So when we look at this paper, obviously.
Are you muted?
Yes.
The presentation is not showing. It's showing a separate screen. This is what it's showing. Please shift it to me.
This is what it's showing. You're sharing this united by okay.
Sorry, technology.
Please almost let them know we are having issues.
Please, you're trying to make sure everyone can see where you're sharing the slides. We'll get back in a few seconds.
This screen, the Zoom screen is over. We are sharing the presentation. We are in Zoom. We are sharing the presentation. The presentation.
Yes.
Is it what's it located?
Me.
This stuff is down. You're right on it. The next.
This next slide.
This place. Yes. This is not what we're doing.
This is not what I shared.
This is what you shared the last time. That's why we are doing this thing.
Stop sharing.
Yes. Just close the entire tab and go back. Then go to the presentation. That's what we're sharing. This is what we are sharing.
If you share it,
just the screen.
It's online this thing.
Okay, can we use where's the link? Can we use Microsoft Teams? We need to know it.
I'm sharing.
Should I continue? Okay, so sorry about that. So I think we will continue. So I think we'll continue from there. The framing question that we had when we were looking at this paper. Just go one step. Okay, yeah. A little up. Yes. So the framing question for this paper, or what we are saying, the story we are told versus the story versus the truth, which we'll be talking about today, the whole day, is nuclear family is a colonial import. And the other thing is which was introduced through missionaries, capitalism, colonial laws as pro-family values with moral rhetorics. And I think we really shared this throughout the day today as we're looking at the first panel, but also the documentary that was shared by Tears. The question of at what point did the nuclear family became our reality, like sort of our truth, which we are saying it's not actually our truth. It was brought in as a result of colonialism, but also like as a very powerful tool to serve the capitalist aspect of it. And then the other thing is that the aspect of family has been weaponized by transnational religious fundamentalists. In the morning, we shared that there are, recently, I think in May, there was the African Family Values Conference, well-funded, well-organized, hundreds of people who are there. And it's no longer just, like an activist issue. It's no longer just like a queer people issue, but it's a thing that concerns all of us because it's now being weaponized beyond the LGBTQ community. It's a thing that is being weaponized against abortion rights, against sexual reproductive health rights, against LGBT rights, against women, children's rights, and so it's a thing that we need to really think about. And of course, the consequences of it has been homophobia, transphobia, misogyny, just to name a few, but also more importantly, beyond, like it being an interpersonal issue, it's an institutionalized issue that now in many African countries, 32 out of the 54 countries, we have criminalization of same-sex conduct, as they call it, right? And so just beyond individual feelings of family or queerness or gender diversity, it's an issue that has been institutionalized, and also using the law, using the church, using religious institutions to legitimize this kind of hate, to legitimize this kind of abuse. And that's why more and more we are seeing more African countries, but also Asian countries introducing laws that will be curtailing queer people's rights. In Kenya, we have the Family Protection Bill that has been proposed. 2 years back, we had the Anti-Homosexuality Act in Uganda that was passed, and we also know what is happening in Ghana. And what is at stake when we talk about the issue of the importation of colonization and the weaponization of family? And the question we are asking is, will we allow the colonial idea of the nuclear family to keep defining African values and erasing our histories? And I think the dangers of having the normalization of the nuclear family as the truth is, the question we need to ask is, who else is left outside, right? Now, we are all seeing African countries having all these high-rise buildings, apartments, and the question I have is, do people even say hi to their neighbors, Growing up, I know my grandmother will not end the day without knowing all her neighbors are fine. People will check up on each other, but now we are being more and more going into individualistic cultures, right? And then the question is, who else is left outside? Is the aspect of independence actually a sustainable way of organizing our communities, organizing ourselves? Is it sustainable? And I think from the West, we can actually see that it's not. Systems are collapsing, right? And part of it is the problem of capitalism, but also the the family being a core issue, being a core factor of community building, if it's being lost, then how are we going to sustain ourselves? So then the question is, what does family mean in Africa? And perhaps the response would be more than bloodlines. As I said earlier in the morning, the first panel is the people who raise children are not the people who gave birth to those children necessarily, right? It's beyond, and I think I walked into a conversation just a few minutes ago when someone was saying, like, even saying my auntie, like, it's a very weird term. In Swahili, we don't have necessarily terms for aunties or uncles or cousins. They just came in recently, but in essence, your cousins are your siblings. Your aunties are your mothers. Your father's brothers are your fathers. So even how we name our communities, how we name our families, are very much reflective of community, of interdependence, and of support for one another, rather than, you know, that is my mother's brother and that's how it ends. So a lot of it also is in relation to care. And the example we shared was, if you look at how communities showed up for each other during the 80s, during the HIV epidemic, it's really about care. It's beyond, you know, this is my mother, this is my father. It's more than that, to how do we show up for one another? How do we farm together? How do we ensure that our communities are safe? And so then the other question is, if family is the most powerful site of love and belonging, why has it been turned into a tool of exclusion? And how can we reimagine kinship so that every person can belong? And I think the thing for me, from a personal experience, is the aspect of what makes it possible that a mother would choose to exclude or to hate on their queer child over, for example, religion or over their community, right? Like, what made us get to that point where a parent is saying, I would rather reject my trans child than choosing them for the fear of exclusion, for fear of being rejected, or for fear of losing community. Next slide. So, and please note that this is a very, very summarized version of our paper, and I hope maybe Tias can share the paper so that people can get to engage more. The other thing was the literature review, which we looked at colonialism and how it has been imposed on us and how that has impacted our laws and religious traditions that erased indigenous kinship systems. And I think in the current proposed family protection bill in Kenya, one of the key things that they say is they only recognize family to be father, mother, and children, which is a very dangerous narrative, because outside of queerness, that is not how family looks like in Africa. So if I have been raised by, maybe I was adopted by another family, in essence what they are saying is I have no rights to that family. And so even with that, we are seeing religious institutions used as a tool by the state, by many of our African countries, to continue to perpetuate that narrative that family is one thing, but also that certain rights are not legitimate. And then the legal context that we looked at, same-sex intimacy is criminalized. I've talked about that in a lot of African countries. And now what is happening also is, beyond the colonial legacies, we are seeing more bills coming up. They are saying, okay, these people are not criminalized enough. Let us actually come up with more bills, more laws to criminalize them. And the danger in that is that it's not just for the LGBTQ community. You know, I think the LGBTQ community, we've been known as those people. But now, the thing about these people now, the anti-rights people, is that these bills are coming for us. These laws that they're making are coming for all of us. Then the nuclear family is a Eurocentric construct tied to empire, patriarchy and capitalism. Non-normative sexualities cast as an African, despite Africans' long history of gender and sexual diversity. One of the funny rhetorics that we hear from our politicians is, oh, queerness is an African. And then you wonder, like, what does that even mean, you know? And especially because they don't use it to mean what they're saying, but for political reasons, for them to get political mileage. Where I come from, the current member of parliament is one of the proposers of the anti-queer rights. And it's very weird because unfortunately he was in the media and we thought this is, you know, like a pro-human rights guy, but right now he's using that again, for his own interests. Then political leaders leverage homophobia as tradition while serving global anti-rights agenda. So when we think about most of these anti-rights movements are fueled by people who are not from Africa. If you were able to follow through the African Family Values Conference that was there in Nairobi in May, you realize like a lot of the speakers who are not from Africa, the funding itself is not from Africa. And you wonder, so who exactly is defining, who is setting this agenda for the anti-rights in the region? Next slide.
Sorry, hold on. I think it's linking.
What room are we in now?
The thing is linking to another person.
What is projecting into
Did you enter? It just switched and went around itself. It's the part.
What was the name? Just let's check. Leave this one.
Oh. Chantal is on. Chantal was there too, right?
Yes.
She's currently not yet. She should be.
I'm checking this.
Oh my gosh.
go back to that rules. No, go back to that school you just said. Tell me that. You can know. Are we back? Screen. Check. Okay, we can continue.
Okay. So the other aspect we looked at in the literature review was the urgent need for decolonial, queer, and post-colonial theology perspectives. And I think in most of the conversations we've had today is around decolonization, and I think we need to start asking what does decolonization actually look like in practice. beyond the academics? How are people decolonizing family? And perhaps the thing that needs to happen is telling those stories, how queer people are living in communities, how parents are choosing their children, how parents are showing up for their queer children, how communities have supported their queer siblings. And I think in that way we are able to not just resist, but also like practically we are shaping the ways that we as Africans, we as queer people are, are reliving what our ancestors imagined to be the dream when it comes to families. Let's see. Okay, so what is our guiding lens or the theoretical framework? As an organization that works around faith and strongly believing that faith can be a tool of advocacy, one of the lenses or one of the frameworks that we are using is the queer theory, which challenges the binaries, which exposes heteronormativity shaped by colonialism, but also centers queer people of faith and centers our experiences and our leadership. And that's why I started this conversation by saying the team that I work with at GIN, most of us are like queer people of faith. Some of us are, like leaders within the religious institutions. Some are reverends in our churches, and that comes in to say that we're not just queering theology, but also practically living it and practically shaping the ways in which we can, decolonize faith, we can decolonize spirituality to say, what does an inclusive queer Muslim space look like? What does an inclusive interfaith religious space looks like? And therefore, starting to challenge those norms that have been used against us for a long time. I talked about in the morning how religion has been used to oppress women, to oppress Black people. And in the same way, how can we reclaim religion to serve us and to center our experiences as queer people? The other framework is the post-colonial theory, interrogating colonial legacies in kinship, identity, inequality, but also being aware of how colonialism or neo-colonialism is currently happening in different ways, whether it's through AI, our friend, or whether it's through, philanthropy, money. I know a lot of us who work in the NGO space, we really understand money, but also I want to challenge us to think of how philanthropy or how money is being used as a new tool of colonization. The other aspect is the intersectionality and the combination of the queer theology and the post-colonial theology, and how we can really center voices of queer people of faith from the global south, from Africa, and how we can actually anchor and tell those stories, because I think as Africans we haven't had stories, we haven't had the opportunity to tell our stories. So 50 years, 100 years from now, what would be that story? Next slide. So our African kinship histories have been matrilineal inheritance, communal caregiving, multi-generational households, gender and sexual diversity have been recognized, but also around caregiving and collective resilience. Next slide. So I've talked about this, whereby we have a contradiction in our continent when we talk about queerness framed as an African, whilst actually a lot of the ways in which our laws are framed, our organizing in our communities are framed is very Western. The anti-rights agenda is funded and driven by the West.
Sorry, it's not. I think our time is over.
Oh. Can I hear that? Okay. So then, the next slide. So I also wanted us to just share this. I know my time is up, but in the paper we also talk about the stories of change and how people are using different ways to resist the aspect of colonization and of family. And one way is the rising, So one way, as for example, as Jim, is we have been engaging parents of queer people and also queer people who are parents. I'm proud to say GJ was also in one of our spaces. And very powerful spaces to just see parents of queer people journeying through their own difficulties and also being able to extend and create empathy and support for their children. And also queer parents who are able to share their experiences as parents, what that journey looks like. We also have a powerful documentary, please check it out on YouTube. It's called Miale Upendo, which shows the experiences of parents of queer people in Kenya. Next slide. Oh, sorry, stop sharing. Next. Yes. So I also wanted to give tribute to this artist. Her name is called Kawera Miricha. She is late now. She passed on in 2020, I'm not sure, or 2021. She was a lesbian Kenyan woman, an activist, an artist, curator. And what Kawera did was using our own art, which is kanga or lesos. Unfortunately, I don't have one today. We use it to tie ourselves in different occasions, whether it's weddings, funerals, just at home, love making, like sex, I should say. And yeah, so what Kawera did was use those lessons to celebrate queer love. Also a new form of archive by combining traditional textile with contemporary queer narratives, shaping our histories and being able to tell our stories, because the thing about the kangas, they have a saying on it. Everyone has a saying on it. I will show just now. This is symbolic because in some communities in Kenya during weddings, they spread it down for the woman to pass on. But because unfortunately we are queers, we may not have that opportunity, that ceremony done for us. So Kawera intentionally did it for us. So before Bianca and Stella Masakabi, I will just finish. Oh, okay. Go up a bit. Okay. So this is an example of resistance, and I really wanted to highlight this because I know Kawera passed on, but her work still inspires me personally because I love lessons. I export lessons everywhere I go, but also because we are reclaiming that which has been taken away from us and making it our own. The first lesson there, it's a bit because of the space. It's written Penzilamu Halali. That is in Swahili, but in English it translates to "My love is legal," and that's really, really powerful. The second one, the blue one there, it's saying haiwezekani nyeupe na nyeusi pekee ziwe rangi za mapenzi. It's not possible that black and white are the only colors of love, right? The last one, the yellow one, it's saying natabiri itakuja siku hatutateswa kwa kupenda. I predict that there's a day that will come that we will not be oppressed because of our love. Next slide. So for the next slide, it's just sharing the experiences we had with parents. And I would also want to say that these have been very powerful spaces of engagement for us as an organization, just because there's so much space for love, space for growth, space for engagement when it comes to parents. Just because I think a parent, even if I moved to Asia or to Europe or whatever, there's still a name where I come from. They may arrest me, but I still come from there, And what you've seen is the struggle also of parents to say, I love my child, but I don't know how to do this. And that is an invitation for, parents wanting to learn. But also the spaces we've had is whereby we also have queer parents and them also sharing the journey and, the challenges of having a child as a queer person, and that child And that child, like not understanding the parents' queerness. Next slide. So this is the documentary. I will not go into the details because I think it will be shown in plenary. So another powerful documentary that you should just get to engage in it. Next slide. So this is some of the things that came out. Parents moving from silence to public affirmations, families being a very powerful space of advocacy. Next slide. So the implications of this paper has been the decolonial aspects of queerness, the centering of Ubuntu, when it comes to policy, accountability, to donor funding, fueling hate. So I think we need to just start calling out our donors and calling out our global partners as well. And reclaiming suppressed kinship histories. Next slide. Next slide. Okay. Go ahead. Down. Sorry. Next. Okay. So finally, the call to action that we are asking of all of us is reclaiming kinship is not betrayal, it's returning home. Reject fundamentalism discussed as African values, reclaiming indigenous traditions of compassion, justice, plurality, and then reimagine family as a site of liberation, not exclusion, and finally solidarity for all of us. This is not just a thing that should end here, but I think it's a conversation starter, it's a fuel for our movements. So thank you so much. We appreciate you for giving us space.
Thank you so much for this powerful session, Shani. Personally, I feel very touched by this because I am personally impacted by everything outstanding in this invitation. And I really love how not only did you point out the interconnectedness between queer issues and the larger humanitarian issues, you also highlighted the need for family involvement. I know what the progress is, especially in an African country, and we all share that feeling of being distant from your family because of being different in both. So I love how everything you outline is very nuanced, not one-dimensional, and it touches on the youth realities, not just trying to appeal to the larger theoretical people, touching on youth realities. I really love that part. Fortunately, I'm unable to take questions in the time constraints, but it's already been a very impactful conversation. Thank you all so much for joining us. I will hope to see you guys again very soon.
Same-sex marriages and all of that, right? We don't have policies that speaks to the diverse family from diverse. There are some people, maybe due to divorce, you have a child having two fathers. Because after their mother maybe left a man, had to marry, I have two stepfathers, plus my dad, so I have three fathers, technically. It locked again. Apologies. So I'm just trying to swipe through now at this point. So don't worry, it's fine now. I've gotten in here now. So we have consequences, which means exclusion from protection and social benefits. Because if a child is not under what you have termed as a natural family, what then happens to that child in implementation process, right? Then also, theoretical lens, we're looking at the African feminist and decolonial frameworks, which centers indigenous languages or indigenous knowledge, storytelling and traditions as tools of knowledge. So not until recently, we don't have core historical books. It is what our mothers tell us. It is what we used to have during Tales by Moonlight, which is fast fading away. These days, people are so phone-centered that even me, myself, I am a victim.
But we have moved even from the storytelling, and we're beginning to lose that. Naturally, growing up, after a rigorous day at home, my mom sometimes would make time to tell me stories, and that is what has helped me to even be able to say, okay, this is what used to happen. But now, my cousins, my nephews and nieces that stay with her, they don't have such luxury. So if I don't make time to have those conversations with them, what happens? Thanks to scholars, we're beginning to have literary materials around what family is. Challenges Eurocentric family models, and then rooted in Ubuntu, I am because we are. About the For All Family campaigns, I have already stated the background earlier. So the goal was to reclaim African epistemologies of family. Our methods included storytelling, community dialogues, and digital advocacy. So through the stories we were able to get from these communities, we were able to come up with short documentary clips that we ran a campaign with, and we still have those visual assets. We had social media content go out during that period. We had advocates push out our messaging. We even put out publications on the newspaper, on some newspaper dailies, right? And then for our legacy plan, right? Because we worked with people beyond the conversations, we've still been looking out for opportunities to continue the conversation. And one of such opportunities is why I am here today. So our methodology was qualitative, participatory, and storytelling design. So the data via video interviews, photo essays, and community conversations have formed the materials for what we are presenting today. Our analyses are reflective of the thematic analysis, Brown and Clark. Then our ethics informed consent, safeguarding compliance. We were particular about the people we spoke with, and in all of that, we tried to maintain safety and try to ensure that they gave consent. It was voluntary. So our key findings was that safety is shared, not individual, that inclusion strengthens capability, like I said earlier, and that policy practice gaps still persist. So emergence narrative, such as resilience of African values, African families are adapting, not collapsing. Inclusion reflects, not erodes tradition. Diversity is strength, not deviance. So for the discussion, reclaiming the family, nuclear family is ideal, but it is colonial import. True African families are extended and relational. Recognizing this is a cultural and political act, inclusion enhances well-being and empowerment. In conclusion, family must be defined by Africans for Africans. Inclusion and tradition coexist in harmony. Ubuntu, solidarity, and collective care are timeless values. Reclaiming narratives dignifies families for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that. I could remember that while I was having this conversation with you, one of the questions I asked you was, oh, what are the things that actually make this research to STEM? And you made mention of something that is really very germane for me when you said, oh, during the process of this research, you didn't focus on just a particular generation. You went from one generation to the other, and that is why part of the topic is speaking into intergeneration aspect of it. That is, you're able to get the African mentality of the various generation based on what it is on our own. And it should also not be surprising to us when the Western society are telling us how African should be and what is Africans, and them teaching us to, be African. And this is really something that doesn't really kind of made any sense, because African is for African and by African. And thank you so much for your presentation, and that was really quite insightful. I would need reactions from the audience, please. Do you have any question, any reaction? Based on this. Yes, it's just you.
pre-colonial times, even now, we don't have names for familiar relationships.
True.
Mommy, brother doesn't explain the complexity of the relationships that we have. And I think that in reclaiming our narrative of the family, we need to also mainstream this language of like, we have several, our names for familiar relationships are descriptive as opposed to one word, one line. So if it's cousin brother we're calling it, that's what we're calling it. That where everyone is your family.
True.
So when I first had my daughter, I lived with my sister. My sister also had her own daughter. And in the house, we were both mommy. So if we're seeing policy not matching that, that's where we need work to ensure that policy matches
The
our
action.
language
Yeah.
that is indigenous to us as opposed to something that is just imposed. And I think it even starts with like the social studies textbooks that we have, where it tells you a family is father, mother, and their children, and then it mentions perfunctorily polygamy, which is not
Not yet,
the
not
ideal
totality.
definition of our African family. It's more than that. So I think the work that we need to do is around how we can influence policy to reflect the language of how we name our families. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your contribution. So no, just to say, right, I think some of your content, especially for social studies, had been fixed or had been addressed with recent ones coming up. Not in detail, but with the introduction of African tradition in some part of the country. I think there are conversations around bringing back African tradition in curriculum. So with that, they have begun to do work around that, and we're hoping that it's not just surface level, but that it really did do something around that in totality.
Thank you so much, Bernard, for such an insightful into the research. Please, where can we read the research is my first question.
All right.
Where can we read the research document? Secondly, because it's also important that when knowledge is produced, it is distributed so that another group don't go and start saying, oh, we are doing under research. Then you see two research on the same topic in the same Nigeria. Yeah, exactly. So I also just wanted to add my voice to Chiama's voice around language. I think because this ability to find one word that describes something or that describes a situation is an English and is an European. It's the same thing we talk about binaries and all of that.
Yeah.
It's okay if somebody wants to say my uncle, brother, sister, mother. It's fine if they want to use that kind of sentence. We don't have to say step uncle from my father biology. I don't know, something like the way step cousin, whatever that means. So I think it's important that we frame these things by ourselves and we don't always try to find names that describe these things. And that is also why sometimes when you go to the village, like your research shows, we don't really have names. If I go to my village, everybody is da, like in the Igbo language, da, de, and there's no uncle, like it is only, yes, one name, my brother, my sister. It's only in English language you begin to see cousin, uncle, second cousin, something like
grand.
Right? But when you go, you see everybody's like,
yeah.
I remember until we grew up, all of us used to call the first daughter from my father's side, we used to call her Big Mommy. Over all of our mommy. All the grandchildren used to call her Big Mommy. So like, she was our Big Mommy. So nobody was saying auntie something. It's now that we are grown that we are saying auntie. And it feels kind of weird, right? So I think before we even listen to what these people are saying, we should even like just think deeper to like where we are from. The generation has not died.
It hasn't.
It was in 1980 with some. A lot of people still exist that are present in the family as mommy,
about Africa, talk of African family, right? It is following this that we're not in a culture of individual, right? Individualism.
You pay your cousin to babysit your child, their cousin.
And that's why hardship keep growing, because now we don't have communal living anymore. You cannot just say, oh, I'm going to the market, look after my child. You have to go and find a mother or a nanny, pay every little thing you have to pay. And they're telling women now to give birth more. I don't know where the women will see the money, where all of these things are now like paid for. Before you can even travel as a mother and leave your child for 1 week, the community, everybody, your sisters, take care of them. But all this one we're living inside flats, everybody log in to do. Where are we going to see the children to take care of? So when we're talking about family value, it's also like to extend beyond family, but also in performance or in duty, right? So I just wanted to add that.
Thank you very much. So just to also say, there was something you said. Maybe I'll come back to it because it has skipped me now. I was going to add something, yes, so maybe after you.
So I think it's the fragmentation of the family system that the language change has brought about. Because like Justin said, for Igbo people, you just say one name, it means my sibling. It's not even gendered. It refers to both your brother, your sister, your cousins, people who are related to you are your one name, and that's all that matters. But now, and the fragmentation that this language, that the European imperialist language brings, has also affected the ways families engage with each other. Because if you can now categorize who is closer to you, who is one there, and who is your cousin, and it explains part of the reason why many things happen in society. Now you see a lot of people roaming the streets, poor, homeless. It would never happen. I mean, it's not something that would happen in the normal African society or culture, because the family feels responsible for a member of the family. Everybody would step up, even if it's to find the person in a room or just share the food with them. It's just something we did as a matter of course, not because we needed to be preached to anything. It was just what you just had to do. But now this fragmentation takes away that sense of obligation to one another, and it's part of the worsening poverty and deprivation in the country, and it also explains why politicians and why power do not have a sense of responsibility to the community too.
So just to add, right, beyond obligation, there's also the safety we are overlooking. Like you rightly mentioned, with the widening poverty gap, right, more people are out on the field. And because there is nobody really taking responsibility for these people, they resort to thefts. Now, while we look at safety as an individual, right, we also need to look at safety as a society. Because now they have moved, maybe you would have said, okay, my family, I don't feel safe within my family. But now, within the society, people don't feel safe. As I today, there is the news of the Arise lady that got killed. Whatever reason led to her death, we're not able to tell. But first and foremost, it brings back insecurity. If people looked out for each other as per, this is me. If people treated people the way they would want to be treated, you would not have a favorite, or you would not have a very close brother and see something going wrong with them or see them in danger and harm them because you see them as yourself. But because of all this language, because of this woke nature, we are daily, constantly moving, and now everybody is just looking out for themselves. There's a high level of self-centeredness. And like Justin also mentioned, when they say childbirth, and then who now takes care of this child? There is the demand that people should have more children, but then the economic situation does not tally with that. Thank you very much, everyone. Any other? Okay.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello. Okay. Thank you so much, Justin, for that presentation. So I've always had a challenge. I think some time ago I had posted, and it evoked a lot of reactions. That problems are not solved by merely just highlighting them. You've done an amazing research, but what I'm not hearing is, are there stakeholders you intend to engage that would in turn either draft a policy to begin to resolve some of these problems? For example, in 5 years, 10 years, we want to hear that now in schools, curriculum, say primary school, say social studies, there are some subjects that are highlighting and teaching and reorientating students to become more aware of what the family unit actually is. So should that be the case, it would be good so that, we're able to solve some of these problems. So, yeah.
All right, thank you very much. So remember when I said how we implemented, right? We had the storytelling approach. So the storytelling wasn't just storytelling, but it was that each story had a call to action. And we disseminated this across social media. While it was generic, we tailored our campaigns to different social media platforms. And in each of those social media platforms, we had people we were targeting. And how did we achieve that? We used tags, right? So if you do for all families right now, if you do the hashtag for all families, there is still the conversation ongoing. At the moment, because we go back to the issue of funding, not an excuse, but for you to engage someone to do that policy document, you will not be engaging the person with word of mouth. Money has to go. Who is funding it? These conversations we're having right now, it's happening because certain people have already risen, and we're trying to ensure that whatever agenda they are agending does not agenda. That is why we're here, right? So while they are agending and we're disagending, that is why we're here. So in the meantime, what we need to do is we have these conversations. Tell a friend to tell a friend. Storytelling is very critical at this point in time. When you begin to talk policies, to be very honest, it's a long work. It's not something that would happen tomorrow. But if we're able to raise the consciousness that as an African, first and foremost, what does my culture say about family? What does culture say about blood ties? First and foremost, we don't even need a policy. The people of old, how many policy documents did they have? They lived in harmony, better harmony than we do today, with all the policies we have. They cared for each other better than we do today. But today, we have the policies. Where does it leave us? That's just it. So for stakeholder engagement, we've done work around that through the campaign, through this conversation we're having here, and through conversations we'll continue to have, right? But now, it goes beyond now looking at policies. What are you doing on your own too? What am I doing? What are we telling the person close to us to do? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Bernard. I remember that Justin said something that was really very cogent in terms of how a lot of time when we look at families, I think it's from two different angles. We have this orientation of me and my family in terms of nuclear family, extended family, and the likes. And as much as a lot of persons say, oh, nuclear family, there's a lot of advantage in it, right? But at the same time, that of the extended family, which is more of African, because based on African orientation, family is actually seen as a community and not like a nuclear standard, especially because that is why there is this adage that says one person gave birth to a child, but the whole society would raise the child. But that is not something that still applies to our contemporary society right now. And also, when we also look at it from the sense of safety, because of this ideology, it's also something that has affected us in such a way that we are literally no longer our brother's keeper, because you're just minding your own business and you don't even care about what happened in another person's flat right opposite you. And all of this is still coming down to let us realize the impact of this westernization on us, and also for us to keep pushing back this narrative that they keep hanging on our thoughts. Who else have any comments to say before I call it off? Okay.
All right. So thank you very much. So first and foremost, there was a question I did not answer. Where can you find the research? So this paper was put together basically for this conference, right? So beyond the campaign, we had not put up a material yet. So I had assumed maybe TS was going to, and there are conversations around probably making it a working paper. So, but in the meantime, when I go back, when I'm putting out our activity for today, I'm going to create a paper and put it on our website. So I would make it downloadable for everyone. So you could just go to evanigeria.org across our website, or just look out for our social media. I'm going to put a link for you to access it there by tomorrow. Then also to answer your question, right? Earlier during the panel before the tea break, there was something as to how people are seeing this as a move, or when people talk about reclaiming African values, they're looking at it from the queer perspective. But so maybe let's not make it really about a community. I'm just trying to say, maybe let's not look at it, because when you try to make it, when we try to pick what matters to us in issues like this, right? People now begin to look out only for their interests. Let's first and foremost look at it as a collective. And what is that collective? Safety. When we affirm true African family values, it's a safe space. And by safety, it goes back to responding to your question that nobody would send their child out of the house, right? No matter how bad it is, another family member would welcome you in because you all share a bond. But when we continue to, I don't know if I'm doing justice to your question, right? And it's okay to call me back. Okay. 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 All right.
While you might want to make the general issue, the reality still remains that where people face the brunt of all this is that more people are willing to accept beating a person in the street because they are queer than any other thing, say pedophile or something.
All right.
Yes. It's a queer issue, and I'm not saying you should focus entirely, but if you explore its implications for it too, from the general to the specific. Okay. Oh, it's a queer issue too. It's a general issue, admittedly, but I like to think that there are communities that bear the brunt of these things. So you could move from the general to the specific. We're not saying that you're making it entirely about this issue, but showing that it is one of the places where this issue has, or this conversation has greater relevance.
All right. Thank you very much. Noted. Thank you. All right. Thank you very much, everyone.
Does anybody have any reaction?
Thank you so much for.
Okay, so just to wrap this up, when he was doing his presentation, a question jolted to me, and I was like, when it comes to the concept of family, one of the things I understand family to be is becoming to be changing. And then I was asking myself that, could this be as a result of westernization or based on personal experiences and all that? And because of this, I would just want like 3 persons here to tell me what family means to you. I mean, if you are to define family in your own term, what does family mean to you? You can start. You that don't collect the mic from him. What does family mean to you? Thank you.
For me, family means togetherness. Yeah, family means unity.
Okay, togetherness, unity. Thank you. Pass it to the person beside you.
So for me, people I call family, people that stand by me, people that stand for me, and people I also stand in for. Not really by blood related. Thank you.
Okay. Even if it's just one word.
Family is love.
Okay.
Family is peace.
Peace.
Family is leaving no one behind.
Leaving no one behind.
Oh, sorry. When I think of family, one word that comes to my mind is reliability.
Reliability.
I've given you 7.
Pass it to Justin.
Accountability.
Safety and accountability.
One word. Safety.
Give us another word. We have safety. Okay. It can be shared. What does family mean to you?
When my father gave me money, it means support.
Support. So, based on everything that you've said, on togetherness, unity, support, reliability, love, and all of these are something that is also ingrained in our African community system. Just that with time, we've kind of allowed westernization to take away all of these things away from us. And it's also important for us to keep reiterating it to ourselves how important it is to value our own system, our own culture, and our own values. So thank you so much for being part of this session. And that will be all for now.
Hello, 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 hello. If you can hear me, clap 1. If you can hear me, clap 1. Clap 2. Can we fill up the seats in front of us, please? Hello. This group is the group winning this conference because they always sit in front. They don't. There's an empty seat in front of you. Please, as people are spraying these shutters, easy. Hello, please fill up the seat in front of you. Thank you so much. Without further ado, we will move over to the next. We just have 2 more things on our agenda and we are done. I am serious. After these 2 more things, if they add any other thing, carry me by my... Just carry me. So, for this session, we'll be having a very important and much needed panel conversation. The last panel for the day. Hello. Sorry for the break in transmission. We were discussing whether to close by 10 or by 11 p.m. But we have agreed to close at 6. Don't worry, we won't close at 6. In the next hour, I would leave here as we agreed by 5 p.m., right? So this panel would feature very prominent people in our midst, in the movement, and in their area of work. In this panel, we will be discussing the impact of religious fundamentalists and anti-rights narrative on African families and people. So for the church people, for the people who have left church because of harm or the other, this panel is for you. And this conversation, we'll be interacting around mental health as well, and the psychosocial effect of harm that come from religion and religious places. So it's essentially the impact of religious fundamentalist and anti-right narrative in the African continent. With me on this panel, we have Professor Olayinka Atilola, a medical consultant psychiatrist at the Lagos State University Teaching Hospital and a professor of psychiatry at the Lagos State University College of Medicine. It's not easy, Professor. Please put your hands together. Put your hands together. And next on this panel, we have Dr. Daniel Yor-Five-Abio. He's a sociologist turned anthropologist with a passion for sex and gender in cultural studies. Last but not the least, to complete this panel, we have my very dear friend, Ms. Oluwatoyin Chukwudozie, Executive Director of Education as a Vaccine, a passionate activist who is very passionate about amplifying the voice of young people in her community. Please, a round of applause for my very amiable, wonderful panelists. So, these panelists have very extensive CVs. I will call your name now to come and join these panelists. Hi, lady in black talking to lady in olive green. So, like I said, we'll be discussing the impact of religious fundamentalism and anti-rights on African families and persons. And with me on this panel are these persons who have either through research, through lived experience, and through the work they've done, are very much equipped to be able to answer questions and lead conversations within this panel. So please listen, because I'm the one handling this panel. I will give you the mic at any time, Bethel. Thank you very much. Hello. Okay, good. Thank you so much for joining us today. I'm Toyin, Daniel, David. It's Daniel and Atilola. Okay, this panel is going to be quick and very informative, so please let's pay attention. So we've been talking about a lot about religious people, how colonization came with religion to capture our heart and mind, offered us a bigger God and all of that to be able to capture us into a place of belief and also into a place of self-doubt, of value and principle. Because then, from knowing your Amadioha and other things, the next thing they told you, you have to now know Jesus, this Son of the living God with all of this almighty and all-saving power. So I'm going to start with Dr. Daniel to help us set the context, because Dr. Daniel is a researcher, an anthropologist who has researched about this. So you've written a lot about the historical shaping of family norms across West Africa. Could you help us trace some of the line from colonial laws to missionary practices to today's, and then to today's framing of homosexuality as un-African?
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for having me. Thank you, community members.
Media team.
So this thing is going to be difficult. Okay, so okay, thank you. So we have heard around this gathering that the African family is actually a very complex, concept, and the idea that there are certain core issues that go to the African family. In fact, when I first saw the title for the conference, I was even wondering whether we shouldn't have African families, because we have just heard around this table that the concept of family is a very complex one. But however complex the family is, there are certain basic tenets in Africa that permeates all aspects of our being. And that happens to be the concept of morality. So proud to the Western encounter, call it for the sake of a better word, of white people or pink people, proud to the encounter of pink people, the African family had ways of, if you like, regulating behaviors. Do's and don'ts. When a child is born, a child is told and taught do's and don'ts. But it's not everything the child is told. So, for example, issues about sex, the child is not told, but the child learns it just by observation. In fact, in a lot of Akan languages, there's the expression, meaning no one teaches a child God. But that goes beyond just the mere God, but certain aspects of moral life. So the African had always had a certain life of restriction in terms of do's and don'ts. And so rules and customs and values, are functioning along these lines. So for example, do not go to farm on Tuesdays, or do not go for fishing on Mondays, or do not have sex in the bush, for example, are all, practices you can trace as, morality and so forth. But along the line, just to speed, and this is pre-colonial encounter, and then the colonial encounter where colonization had to understand the African way of life. And so, as you rightly pointed out, religion, the Western notion of morality or regulation or fear of God, was introduced to us. Not necessarily because we didn't know God, but also to know about our way of life. I mean, from the discussion we've had here, from Yoruba culture to Igbo culture and whatever, clearly you can see that the various cultures, and again, not just one culture, but cultures. The various cultures have had their form of worship and so forth. But this Western religion had to find a way to understand the African and also to restrict the African from certain way of life. And one of them is about the capitalist system. I don't know whether I'm being too theoretical. Issue about profits, reproduction, and so forth. Because the indigenous people were revolting. I mean, there are a lot of evidence to show how indigenous people have actually fought Western encounters and so forth, And so there was the need, to find a way to calm the indigenous people down. And that's where you are right about this whole introduction about a place called heaven, that, there is a certain fulfillment if you have a sober reflection, you restrain yourself so that, there is that place that is so rewarding. It doesn't mean the African didn't know about the bigger concept of God. In fact, a lot of research from Timbuktu and all that have shown us that even so-called missionary practices, the Africans have, proud to that, known about some of these practices. Just to cut a long story short, so this is how the African man or woman or non-binary gets to, if you like, experience the strength of Western form of religious beliefs in their lives and the attendant problems that it comes with.
Thank you so much, Prof, for that. Thank you for that context setting around how we've always been very expansive, how not one thing has mattered to us, and how we've drawn morality from not just God or religion, but morality in the sense that it is community decided. And if you mentioned something about don't go to farm on Wednesday, we don't particularly, I know you use that because, again, the native for inclusivity, but as an Igbo person, I understand that days of the week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday was never 18 in the first place, right? So, but that's another conversation for another day. So we don't go to the farms on Nkwo Market Day, which is what we now see as like some days of the week, right? We count, in the Igbo cosmology, there are 4 days in a week. Yeah, there are 4 days in a week, not 7 as we have now. And there are like 28 days in a month, right? And all of that. So thank you so much for setting that context. I'm going to quickly move to Toyin. Toyin, from all your work at EVA and also just as an activist who is passionate about community work, how have you seen these rhetorics of anti-rights and religious fundamentalism being operationalized, right? And how is this showing up in the narration and appropriation of our own so-called African family values? Like, how have you seen this in your work, especially in Nigeria, working with young people, older generation in rural communities? How have you seen them manifest within communities?
You can hear me clearly, and I don't need the other mic. Okay. So thank you for the opportunity to also contribute to this conversation. I'll speak, of course, like Justin has said, my view of my work, my interaction with this from Nigeria, even to the other regional spaces where we're seeing this happening. I think that one of the things that is happening, especially for someone like me who's in like SRHR space, is where we are seeing sort of this narrative and reinforcement of the way families should be, the way reproductive activities should be, and emphasizing a family that is, man, woman, and children, right? And emphasizing a lot also the reproductive functions or capabilities of women. Now, of course, to the public, if you're sharing messaging around, women staying at home, taking care of family, men working, basically what patriarchy has prescribed as how we should be in a society, of course in a patriarchal society. So that prescription that, patriarchy has given us, handed us, is now being, of course, taken to another level by people who back this up with religious, I was going to say moral, but no, with religious evidence in quotes, if I would put it in that way. And because, as Prof. Daniel said, as Africans, we have always been guided by a moral code. Like we had always had something that leads us, guides us, which is why I assume it was easy for the people who brought other kinds of religion to really get us, because we have deep beliefs, right? We taking this on also even more than the people who have brought it. So it's that the one that we have carried on our head, we are really, really serious about it. And the people who want to exploit this situation, they know how zealous, how very deeply, we as African, how passionate we can be about these things that we believe in, right? Now that we have adopted something that is different from what we used to believe, it is still the same way. And the exploitation of this is happening so that people see that if there's anything that is deviating from that sort of core belief, we resist it. And the resistance is not conscious, I would say, in the bigger society or in the bigger public, right? It is a lot of subconscious. Like when you hear that something is different from how you've believed it, sometimes you might not be paying attention, but sometimes it becomes a very, oh, why is this happening in this way? However, the people who are actually working anti-rights, anti-gender, anti-all of this are now intentionally putting scenarios, putting pictures in people's head that make them stop, reflect, and consciously resist, whatever it is that they say is anti the narratives that we have been taught, told, and sort of even owned for a very long time. So we are seeing on the continent the prescription again about families, as male, female, and their offsprings, nuclear families, right? The way we were taught. I mean, it was in May that there was this campaign or something that was happening. There was this conference happening in Kenya. One happened, I think, in Sierra Leone or so. And we were having a conversation in my office. And with colleagues, I was just asking myself that, when did we, it's in school that they teach you in social studies, that they teach you about a nuclear family, an extended family, and this kind of family. If you look at all of our families, and when I say all, I dare, to ask anyone who does not have this experience. There's virtually no Nigerian family where people grew up as knowing only their father, their mother, and their siblings. There were so many families where we didn't even know some people were our cousins. As a matter of fact, I speak Igbo. As in Igbo, there's no word for cousin. There's no word for, even for uncle, aunt. You have to literally, you have to, what is the thing? Yeah, it is you're describing the relationship when you say it in Igbo, right? My mother's sister, my father's brother, you're literally describing it. There's no one word for that. And I don't believe our languages were not adequate. It was that for us, brother is brother, sister is sister. Whatever it is. It is, in Igbo, it is my mother's child. You get one name, that's what it is, my mother's child. So it's not even about all those other complicated sort of relationships. But because of religion and primarily Christian religion, I'm a Christian, so I read Bible. I know that when they ask us to behave in a certain way, and what they refer to, which sometimes they distort, is even the part where a description of how families will be, later on in the epistles is what they are describing. They also don't even take the Bible into that context, because even the Bible and the stories in there are situated and also depict some other contexts that are cultural, in which families were also complex. So we see that people selecting and choosing how they want to push that narrative out, but mainly because we talk about me and the work we're doing, hinging it around reproduction. Because once you talk about families, people are thinking reproducing, having offsprings, right? And anything that challenges the way that offsprings are to be, reproduced in our context now, that is something that is packaged, refurbished, arranged, and thrown into the public domain in a way that incites all kinds of resistance without people having the time to sit and reflect with it. So it is coming from, when you look at it at the end of the day, a bit of what he said about capitalism, because at the end goal of it is not for any family's well-being. The end goal of it is actually for some people to profit. And nobody has time in our larger society to sit and be analyzing who is benefiting, who is profiting from all of that messaging. So at different levels, globally, regionally, down to our community levels, what people want to hear is that, oh, this is how our families are because what we need to reproduce. I think I'll stop there so that.
Thank you. Hello. Just bringing our attention back to the table because I don't know. Thank you. So yes, it's a lot. It's a lot of heavy conversation and something that makes you dig deeper into your personal beliefs and biases, right? And Dr. Daniel hinted around capitalism, and Ms. Tony, you've also been talking about capitalism and reproduction. So it's also the fact where we need women to play this particular role, to reproduce, so that they can be fed into capitalist systems, right? Where we are asking people now to reproduce, to play their role of reproduction without systems and structures to support the communal and living and all of that. So there are consequences when this happens. So I'm going to quickly go to Professor Tilola. As a clinical psychologist and as a research as well, can you please highlight some of the impact, some of the long-term impact of all of these systems? First of all, we are seeing conversation around identity erosion, right? Where people don't even know what to believe anymore, right? We are currently in an identity crisis, right? And where people don't know how to belong in families anymore. There's a lot of individualism and all of that within families, and capitalism, again, which keeps you in a place where you have to be functional all the time. No matter what is happening in your life, your mental health, you have to be functional. You have to be useful to the society. If not, you'll be discarded. That is where we are as a capitalist society, right? So if you can highlight some of the mental health impacts and just overall long-term impacts around all of these issues in the society, from things like forced deliverance, exorcism, and so-called conversion practices, because of some of this harmful narrative that we are trying to throw ourselves into.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for asking me to give my perspectives on some of these things, at least from mental health perspectives. I've always said that if you look at, let's take a typical child growing up. Now, you are growing up within an ecosystem. In our traditional African culture, it takes a whole community to raise a child, like they say. But over time, and that system ensures that children are supported, children are guided, corrected when they need to be, and there is no boundaries. Everybody is like providing parenting for one single child. And children that are disadvantaged, maybe because the parents didn't have enough resources, there's a system that just absorbs every child somehow. In fact, there are people that grew up with us when I was growing up that it took me to have become an adult before I can even interpret what our relationship was. And when I later realized, I would wonder, so how come they were living with us? Because the relationship was so distant that I couldn't even see the link. But okay, it's another young person in need of some kind of parenting, and they are just taking in. But of course, that is the original design that African cultures in most part of Africa knew before we came with the idea of the unitary, nuclear, and all of those father, mother, and their children kind of system. And of course, that is not as mentally nurturing as what we used to have. But that is by the way. Now, talking about a child growing up, by the time you are getting to late child, around the age of 8, 9, we begin to have a more awareness of our sexuality. And naturally, even when you are heterosexual, the very experience of awareness of sexuality brings certain stress and certain discomfort for children. Children try to understand what is happening. Why are they feeling the way they are feeling? They get embarrassed by certain feelings that they experience. And sometimes this begins to build up as some kind of stress for young people. And that is, it's not strange why a lot of common mental health problems begin around adolescence. And it's a lot of time is centered around sexuality. However, it becomes a different ball game entirely for someone who is experiencing what is otherwise a minority expression, like being homosexual, which is considered to be minority. Now, you are a young person, you are trying to navigate that terrain that a lot of people around you cannot even provide answers for you. Over time, the stress begins to build up. And now, when we now add the additional effect of things like conversion practices, people have taken you to one church, they've tried to do deliverance. The concept of deliverance in the first instance has already presupposed that there's something polluted about you. And I've met people who live with such just feeling that there's something wrong with me. And that, in fact, one person was lamenting how he became, that is somebody that was growing up, he grew up in a Christian family, and he loved going to church, he loved whatever the concept of church was. But that by the time he started going for deliverances for his sexual orientation, he began to feel ashamed. As in, like, he's ashamed to be before God. So he started excluding himself from church, which is supposed to be one setting that was providing a psychological strut for him before now. So these things, and of course, people later internalize it, and that internalization will begin to bring a lot of stress. And we in the field of psychology and the human mind understand that one of the most fundamental factors for psychological breakdown is the experience of stress, mental stress, in whatever form it is. And this has pushed a lot of people into psychological breakdown as one way of manifestation. Another way of manifestation is substance abuse. Because sometimes, in the middle of the whole experience, people have tried to use one substance or the other to cope. And of course, that worsens things. And whenever that now happens, the unfortunate part is whenever people now try to use a substance to cope with their experience, because by nature, substances are addictive. So they get addicted, and then another problem has come up. By that time, by the time the parents are bringing them to see me, the young man is already addicted to a substance. And they will also tell me by the side that, but he has also been gay. And that because he's gay, that is the reason why he's using substance, because he's hanging out with the wrong people. And you can see how they link everything together. I've had to admit one young man for rehabilitation for substance. But the father, who is a pastor, also told me that the fundamental problem with him is that he has missed the way of God. That's why he's having that problem. That all what he needs to do is stop being gay. I told the father that, well, I hear you, but my biggest problem here is that your son is addicted to a substance. See, as to the other one, if I'm prioritizing the problem that he has, I wouldn't put it on high priority. I say, okay, let's see how it goes. So we rehabilitated this young man. He did extremely very well. He developed motivation to stop using substance and all of that. And we were discussing how he will be able to continue his education, which has been truncated in the course of the substance problem. And the father, on the day we were to discharge him, of course, we discharged him to the father. But that was when I knew we were going to have a problem. Because the father they are from the south. And the father said they were going to Ibadan. And I was like, from the history I got, you guys are from the south. I was thinking, when is your flight and all of that. What they wanted to go and do is there is one pastor in Ibadan that they have already made up their mind that by the time he finished the rehabilitation, which is substance, that person will rehabilitate him for the gay part. And I remember in the course of counseling, we talked about it, and he told me that one of his major stress is the fact that his father cannot see anything in him other than the sexuality. And that's a problem for him. That he has tried to impress his dad, and we all try to impress our parents. I mean, they are our parents. We want to look like we are doing well to them. But that the father cannot see him beyond that prism. So they took him to Ibadan. And they did whatever they did. Because we have exchanged numbers, a few weeks after, he called me and he said he has relapsed completely into substance. That the experience in Ibadan is still haunting him. because they made him to go through things that are unspeakable. Now, the whole substance abuse rehabilitation was lost too. So you can see how some of these things are intertwined together. And we have seen people who come to me seeking help. I say, for what? Say, just give me a drug that will change me from being gay. And okay, I will now say, okay, yes, let's assume that there is such a drug. Why is it important for you? And people give explanations like, my father is a royal, I'm from a royal family, and it's unheard of. Oh, I am married to someone, and I've not been able to consummate the marriage. Or, oh, my mother will not talk to me. You can see that the reason why the person is in front of me is not related to their sexuality per se, but their need to feel some sense of societal acceptance. And I will argue that the problem why you feel this way is not about you, it's about the fact that people refuse to accept you for who you are. And a lot of time when people have mental health complications like depression, suicidality, anxiety disorder, we tend to make the mistake of linking them together. We say, oh, why will he not be depressed when he will be gay? And we have shown that evidence from other parts of the world have shown that community, society where homosexuality is not criminalized or discriminated against, they do not have the mental health complications that you are presenting with. Meaning that what you need is not a treatment for the mental health issue per se, but more of getting you to be able to internalize a sense of well-being within yourself. And that is the bulk of what we end up doing. And they are usually surprised because they will think that, oh, we came here thinking that you will do something and we will become a different person, but we ended up just affirming the same thing that you brought, because we felt that what evidence has shown is that affirmation in that state tend to relieve anxiety, tend to relieve depression, and tend to relieve stress, rather than try to treat the anxiety or the depression in itself. So I think within all of these narratives, we can see how some of these things are linked together, from religion, family, to practices related to our perception of what is supposed to be the normal and what is supposed to be the abnormal.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much, Prof. Ms. This conversation is very important, and if we keep talking about it today, it's a lot. Like, I have a lot of questions while you all were talking, but we need to close for want of time. So I would just say one word in one sentence, not like a word. In one sentence, how do you think we can work better with families and faith leaders to intervene strongly in reshaping some of these ideologies and mindset? Because you just talked about conversion practice and all of that. It's just like female genital mutilation. The reason FGM cannot go anymore is because it's now an industry for making money. A lot of those old women who cut those young girls and those children in the villages make a lot of money from them. So, and the same thing with conversion practice. We've seen how it's now a thing where they take money. There's even a documentary by TS around how these people take money and do these things. So how can we better work with faith leaders and religious leaders, and then communities and families to reshape this narrative? Just in one sentence, I will start from Toyin, and then we'll come forward.
One sentence is not fair, I think, but I'll try my best.
Just one sentence. Try your best.
Yeah. So I think if religion was sold to us then the way it is being sold now, we might not have taken it. I think that faith leaders need to go back to the fundamentals of what supposedly we were supposed to receive in taking on this faith, right? Safety, protection, love. There has to be something that people can fall back on in faith. And we need to get our faith leaders on the table to have that conversation. We need to understand what's on the other side of fear for them and others who have such apprehension in addressing this issue. And we need to constantly challenge this narrative of one type of African families. We all have lived a complexity of expression of our families, and that's something that we need to constantly push back, that we will not take from any other person or any other group a description for us of how our families have been, how they should be, and how they should continue to be. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please, round of applause for Mr. Oyin. Thank you so much.
Well, yeah, so taking from there, I think one word I will use to frame my concluding remarks will be the need for us to be responsible. I know that is a very heavy word, but responsibility goes to the core of the African living. In fact, in every African society, whether you live, you come from Mombasa, wherever you come from, responsibility in terms of, one, taking charge of your own self. And that is why when you're of age, in every African society, your parents expect you to go out there and be a woman, a man, or fend for yourself. You understand? So in this regard, responsibility means that you don't sit and be cheated. It means you need to understand the scriptures if you have to. And I like the Shamin's concept about you have to clear every space. So when it comes to the Abrahamic faith, we need clear pastors, clear clergy. When it comes to philanthropy, we need, that's the responsibility I'm talking about. Yeah? So that when people are engaging you in Christian text, Islamic text, you are able to engage in that discourse. That you are not deceived that you need to come and do some offertory in order to receive salvation. Do you get it? And so that cultural narrative, we need to go back to that cultural training. Everything cannot be negative about our culture. It cannot be so. There are definitely cultural aspects that empower us. That aspect about knowledge seeking knowledge, asking questions, and so forth. I think we have to go back so that, we can engage broader discourses across all fields. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think most have been said, but one of the things that Doc Ayer said that I want to further echo is the fact that we must also be able to identify people within the religious setting who has gender or sexual diversity lived experience, because it is easier for you to relate. One of the things I tell people when they express homophobic thoughts among my own colleagues who are doctors but not in my practice, I tell them that please look for a time, sit down with someone who is gay and listen to their story. That is what you never do. You just hold all your views until you humanize the person. To say this is a person seated in front of me and is expressing distress. So if we have people within the religious communities, we also want them to be able to listen to the lived experience of people. Understand that, see, I didn't choose to be this way. As in, that is always a very powerful message. That I actually have gone to people like you to get me to change. I have done all the exorcism you can do, but this is still who I am. Sometimes when we take that narrative to people, it helps. And also we must always emphasize one thing, that the church or the religious space should be the place of refuge for everybody without any exception. If you are an armed robber, in as long as you are not going to bring arm into the religious space, you should have, that is one place that nobody should be denied of being able to sit, that I want to have a connection with my own spirituality, and this is a place that has been designated for such. You may view me as dirty, you may view me as bad, but this is me before my own God, and I want to connect with it. And you should allow me You don't have to be my friend. You don't have to talk to me, but allow me. Because that's another thing we are doing. We are almost shutting religious places to people based on their sexuality. Because no, this cannot be in my church. So I think those are narratives that we also need to push. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please, can we put our hands together for this wonderful panel touching on this very sensitive topic? You can do better, please. Thank you so much, Professor Atilola, Dr. Daniel Mistoyin. Thank you for your time, and thank you for lending your voice to this important conversation. Thank you so much. Yeah, we can photograph, please, Mistoyin. Yeah, let's do like other panel. Thank you so much. And we have one more activity to go. One more activity to go. Say yay! Say yay! Say yay! Okay, last on our list for this conference and this convening. Yes, you can hug yourself. I can allow that. I can allow that. But before then, please, hello everyone. We have people that have been with us online actually all day. And our bad. Please, the online participants, if you can hear me, so much apology to every one of us online who has joined us from South Africa, Kenya, Ghana, Zimbabwe, everywhere across the continent. Thank you so much for your time. And can we say hello to our online participant, please, everyone? Hello. We'll see you soon. On the later days. No, please, no trumpet. They don'ttifam. Yes. So we are going to break out briefly for another 25 minutes for breakout sessions, the same way you went, room A, room B, room C, and room D. Please, if I say this, Mabinu, I want to kneel down. Move as quickly as your legs can carry you. Please. I kneel down with my red card? Eh? So I'm calling out the sessions. Room A, we have situating lesbian family making in African history. Is room A, which is here. Room B, gender and sexual minority in Ghana cultural publics, which is led by Dr. Daniel from Ghana. In room B, upstairs. Room C, decolonizing the nuclear family ideal in African context. Room C, by Shamim. And room D, upstairs, reclaiming the moral high ground towards a stronger LGBTQI rights jurisprudence in Africa. Room D. So please, can we move? Reclaiming the moral high ground. Room D. Please move. Out, all of you. This is led by Ifechukwu Irobi, Esquire, in room D. Reclaiming kingship is led by Shamim in room C. Gender and sexual minority in Ghana's cultural context is led by Dr. Daniel in room B. And situating the lesbian family making in African history, room A, led by Shinta Jennifer from South Africa. This will be a virtual presentation here in room A. So please, and after that, we have a closing cocktail. Yes, and closing presentation, which will happen under 10 minutes. Closing cocktail, there will be drink, very plenty. Alcohol. Please. Please come back after your session. Please, let's move. Thank you so much. Please, the TS colleagues who are supporting each of these sections, please, come and take over. Over. A is here. Yes.
The conversations around queer issues in Nigeria, across Africa really, has usually been couched in moral terms. Everybody talks about queerness as un-African, as being antithetical to African values, even in court judgments, statements of politicians, etc. So nobody has really engaged the question of whether queer issues are really, actually immoral, at least from an African perspective. So I thought to interrogate those issues, those questions, and to interrogate those questions and to find out what exactly the moral issues are in Africa. And the reason I chose to do that is because I know that you cannot separate morality from law. Really, the reason we criminalize many things is because they are immoral as well as harmful. Stealing is immoral, murder is immoral, violence is immoral, defrauding people is immoral. So does queerness have the same moral value as those things to justify the criminalization of queer identities across Africa? Next slide, please. So, I'll start with this opening quote. The natural membership of the individual person in the community cannot rob him of his dignity or worth, which is a fundamental and inalienable attribute he possesses as a person. We would get into this subsequently, but I want us to keep this in mind. Next slide. Yes, so to do this, we have to first of all interrogate what exactly is African. Because most times when we talk about African values, people say things like Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve. That the Quran is against queer issues, the Bible is against queer issues. But are these things really, do they constitute what the African identity is? Of course they do not. They are colonial imports. But what exactly is our African identities? To do that, we have to set up a number of guidelines, a number of guidelines to lead us to a number of guidelines that would help us in that interrogation. And the first thing we need to know is that what is African is not fixed. So I know that a lot of the conversation focuses on pre-colonial African societies, what used to happen before the white men came. While yes, it's a starting point, a good pointer for what is African, but we cannot now say that to find out what Africa is, we have to go back to those times. I mean, in those times, there was the killing of twins, for example. In certain societies, there were witch burnings. Some albinos persons with albinism were also killed in those times. We had the Osuka system in Igbo land, for example, and a lot of other things. So what is African is not really just about what is fixed or what is merely historical or what was happening in the past. So there has to be something more than that, since our culture can change. So it is dynamic and evolving. And you cannot define or reduce it to Western categories. What I mean by that, you can't define what is African by reference to the Bible or reference to really anything, any other thing that is not African, say the Quran, or any philosophy that is not grounded in our cultural realities. And it is also not automatically anti-West, because this is something, a mistake we always make. So we say that once it comes from the West, it cannot be African. So does it mean that the West criminalizes murder, for example, and therefore criminalization of murder is not African? Of course not. So it goes without saying that there will be overlaps. So it is not, there will be overlaps in finding out what is African between us and other cultures. But we have to make sure that we are not defining ourselves. We are not defining ourselves by reference to other societies. but all the inquiry is rooted in. So in doing this work, I did not really go out to any other scholars or authors or books or works that were not African writers and African researchers and African philosophers. And it was very intentional. So it requires rational and critical inquiry. We'll get to that subject. Next slide, please. So, the question of what is it? So, these are the contested theories of African identities. These are over time, we've contested it across a wide range of issues. We've contested it on questions of religion, whether our religion, whether secularism and science. You see the context between Christianity, Islamism, African traditional religions, and science. Sometimes some of us superstitious beliefs not hold up to science. We contested these questions of governance and freedom too, because we have democratic governments, for example, claiming that they represent dictatorial governments, claiming that they represent African values. We have them in the development areas. So what forms of systems? Is the African culture capitalist or communist? We also have them on questions of identity and culture. When we talk about feminist issues, and LGBTQ rights. So in all of these conversations, you find out that the conversations are usually, when I focus on LGBTQ issues, so that the both sides of the conversations, are still captive to colonial ways of thinking. So the opposition keeps on saying LGBT issues are un-African because when they say talk of this thing, they refer to Bible, the Quran, Western modes of thinking that were imposed by colonial systems. But when we also advocate these issues, what do we talk about? We talk about human rights, the language of international human rights. And I'm not saying that human rights are not important, but the problem is that the human rights system currently is a product of those colonial systems too, or that they have been criticized as being a product of those colonial systems. And because they do not originate from our African realities. You see how we are advocating for African queer issues using the language of the imperialists. And what this does is that it creates a group of 4 victims here. It creates a group of 4 victims here. First of all, there are the African elites. I call them the victims of the subverted identity. Because when they think of Africa, what they think of is the Bible. When they think of Africa, they think of dress up properly, cover yourself properly. It is not good, no premarital sex. Things that have no place in the core African culture. When they make their statements speaking on African culture, they refer to things that have no place here. So they claim to be defending African culture, but what they're defending is a defected understanding of what it is. Then, because they do this, when they do this, they keep on presenting queer people as anti-African. And if queer people are anti-African, of course, it makes sense that Africans have a duty to condemn queer people, to fight them, to enact acts of violence against them. And so, you see the African society. In the previous session, we spoke about how language, European languages are also breaking up the African family system. And you see it here because the wider African society is now co-opted to enact violence against queer people in the name of Islamic values, in the name of Christian values, things that we are never allowed to begin with. And you also see how the LGBT movement is not really challenging the issue of this moral, it's not really taking on this moral question. And because of that, they are fighting with blunted souls. And it's why the movement does not continue. Because when people have been couched as un-African, as homosexuality has been couched as the product of the West, the moment you are advocating for it, everybody believes you are advocating for the West. And you are presented as someone who is against African values. And then the ultimate victims are queer Africans, because in all of these conversations, the people who suffer it, who feel it on their bodies are queer Africans. They are the ones who are beaten in this
streets, they are the ones who are killed every day. While we keep on having the conversation about what is African and what is not African. So I want to identify the defects. So this paper was an analysis of what the problems were with how the LGBT movement advocates for queer issues. And in doing this, I identified 3 key strategies and defaults to them. The first is the history fetish. What is this history fetish? It's what we do when we say, oh, queer issues are homosexuality is African just because queer people existed in the past. There are records of queer people existing in the past, and therefore homosexuality is African. Of course, I'm not saying that history does not provide an important starting point, but the fact that something existed in history does not necessarily mean that it's suddenly African culture. Like I identified from the beginning, there was the killing of twins in certain areas of Nigeria, the killing of persons with albinism. It does not make those things African culture. So just referring to history without more, it does a great disservice to African cultures. The second issue I identified is human rights, the reliance on international human rights systems. And this is a problem because these norms have been criticized. It has always been criticized as being inherently Eurocentric and imperialist. Historically, even in the ways these things have been enforced. For example, you will not see, nobody is going to take Netanyahu, for example, before the International Criminal Court, or any president of the US before the International Criminal Court. Even the US says they are not subject to the jurisdiction. But how many Africans have been brought before the ICC, for example, or have been brought before the International Courts for Crimes Against Humanity? A lot of them. So there is the partiality in the way it has been enforced, partiality and inconsistency. And I mean, there was international human rights when the Rwandan genocide happened, but nobody did anything about it. When there was apartheid in South Africa, but nobody did anything about it. So all of these things have served to weaken the power or influence or force of international human rights mechanisms in Africa. So relying on just these things, whether the criticisms are true or false, the fact that this is a conversation currently happening makes the reliance on international human rights mechanisms to be a weak and ineffective strategy. And then there is the third thing we do, which is evading the moral questions. So in cases, so I analyzed a number of cases from across Africa where they have brought challenges to homophobic laws, looking to strike them down. In Ghana, while the petitioners were saying that the court distinguished between private morality and public morality, they even admitted to the court that public morality is a legitimate basis for legislation. Right? But they didn't now talk about. So what they were saying, in effect, here, by saying distinguish private morality from public morality, or trying to avoid moral questions, is that they are implying, oh, LGBTQ queerness is immoral, but it's just not, the state should not legalize it because it's nobody's business. You know, they are trying to avoid the moral questions, but nobody is avoiding the moral questions. On the contrary, the opposition told them that the Ghanaian constitution did not envisage a society that accommodates same-sex relations. And they said that the constitution exists to protect the moral fiber of the African society. So while these people are making a moral argument against queer issues, the queer, the pro-LGBT side are avoiding the question. The same thing happened in Uganda. So they cited international human rights and foreign decisions and everything, tried to even avoid the moral questions. Meanwhile, the respondents made it a moral issue. They even introduced an assailant victim framework. They talked about victims of homosexuality. They talked about how it is an offense against another person. So even in the law, there were options for victims of homosexuality to claim compensation. And the court even talked about how homosexuals were abusing children, how there was a public outcry on the harms of homosexuality on their children. So you can see how they are, next slide please, even in Kenya, this was, so even in Kenya, the same thing happened. They were talking about their international law obligations, and they said human rights are independent of private morality. So they were trying to even avoid the moral question by saying human rights does not concern morality. And this is a problem, because in every constitution in Africa, even the Universal Declaration of Human Rights or the African Charter, they keep on saying human rights are subject to public order, public morality, and it is, so you cannot avoid the moral question. So what we need to, because if the opposition now tells the courts that your duty is to protect morals and traditional values, and to be wary of international instruments and foreign jurisprudence, and tells the court to develop its own indigenous jurisprudence. What is this indigenous jurisprudence? That LGBTQ issues are anti-African or immoral. So next, please. So we cannot be avoiding this issue, because when you concede the moral ground, when you avoid it, it's like you are now admitting that queer identities are inherently immoral, and you are not also countering the issue. So it's almost like the assumption is queerness is immoral. All we are just saying is, even though it's immoral, it's not your business. But is it really immoral? Let us now look into African, next slide. Let's look into African conceptions of morality. But to do that, we have to start by understanding that African culture is communalist. And communalism here means that the community, it's focused on the community takes precedence over the individual. That is true. But the problem, and this is what you keep on seeing in a lot of court decisions, because courts keep saying the community takes precedence to the individual. But it still does not mean that the community is absolute, or that this precedence is absolute. I mean, there are practices that violate the dignity of the individual in the name of the community. I gave these examples again. I mean, we have struck down a lot of them because they are immoral. Many practices have been struck down because we understand that even if the community takes precedence over the individual, it does not mean that you can treat the individual anyhow. The individual still has inherent dignity. And that takes us back to that first quote at the beginning, where it says that even though the individual is a member or part of the community, it does not take away the inherent dignity and worth that the human person has. So, and while African thought rejects individualism, when you say individualism, you're talking about Western modes of being, where the individual is more important than the community. So you can give the individual their individual rights as against them, whatever the community wants or community interest. But our African culture, while we are against that, we're still not against individuality. We understand that every individual is different. So when we talk about Ubuntu is not that everybody must be the same. It means that we are all different in our ways, but that we bring our differences to create a beautiful culture of person. Next slide, please. So human dignity is intrinsic to the, you cannot talk about the community without first talking about the individual. So if the individual in the community does not have human dignity, the community cannot have human dignity. So, and this human dignity lies at the root of what African morality is. So it is essentially humanist and humane. So when you, in African culture, the ways to define what is moral and what is not moral, from scholarly interrogations of cultures across Africa, is that the goal of morality in Africa is human welfare and flourishing. So to ask whether something is moral or immoral is to ask, does it advance human welfare? Does it advance human flourishing? Or does it endanger the community? So the idea is that human life and human welfare is good. And this is the distinction between African communalist system and say foreign systems. We think that the community is the means to achieving the individual good. But the focus is still on the individual good. So it goes this way. Individual welfare is the goal. The community is the means. And the individual Oh, sorry. And the individual, it starts with the individual who is pursuing their individual welfare, but they do it through the community. So ultimately, anything that affects or prevents the individual from attaining that individual welfare is harmful and is immoral under African culture. So in African morality, the good is anything that supports human welfare. We don't define the good by reference to any supernatural being we are focused on what our lives here and the well-being of the community. And evil is anything that is against human welfare. Next slide, please. And so we need to keep this in mind, because now, next. Sorry, the previous slide. Okay. So, and this is very important. So, even African scholars who have explored these things and said, yeah, the community takes precedence over the individual, still tells you that to adjust the interests of the individual to those of the community is not necessarily to subordinate it. It's still the same thing. You could still say it as adjusting the interests of the community to the individual. So they are still one and the same thing. And it's not just that the community can use the individual as anything. So, and Ubuntu lies at the heart of African morality. What does Ubuntu talk about? It talks about compassion. It talks about sharing, right? And this is very important, because we could keep on talking about the duty of the individual to the community, but that is not just what African cultures are all about. This duty runs in three ways. One is the duty of the community to the individual. The duty of the community to the individual, yes, because, I mean, for example, there's the Igbo adage, how do you even say it? Ofunde na manoburo, ofunde na so. So it might be one mother that gives birth to a child, but it is not just the single mother that raises the child. It's a community affair. So the community has a role to play in raising and taking care of the individuals in it. And then there is the duty of the individuals to other individuals too. So you have to show solidarity. If your brother is in pain, you step into support. You have to show tolerance to accept your brother as they are. You have to show care to them, and you have to show concern for their welfare. And then there is also the duty of you as a single individual to your community. You have to contribute to your community. You have to respect your community. But we keep on focusing on just this one, without remembering this first two. That the community owes the individual the duty of care and welfare too. And Ubuntu is rooted in sharing, care, tolerance, hospitality, and compassion. It does not mean enforced uniformity, that everybody must be the same. That is not what it means. It means we could all be different and show concern for each other, even as we are different from each other. So it is about mutually enforcing relationship. People doing different things that enhance the community. That's why across different African communities, you have different societies, groups, etc., age grades, councils that do different things for the community. It tells you that we are encouraged to be different. All you just need to do is contribute your difference to the community for the improvement of the community. Next slide, please. And so this is now important. What I did first was to establish what morality is in African culture, because this is very important for now defining. So if that is what morality is in African culture, the question is, does queerness undermine or advance, or does it have no effect on communal welfare? This is how to find out whether queerness is immoral or not. Because when we keep on talking about Christian values and Islamic values, we need to be able to bring it back and say, no, that is not African values. Let's go back to what African values are. And to find out whether something is moral or immoral in African thoughts, you have to find out whether it advances or takes away from the communal welfare. And to do this evaluation must be rational, it must be humane and evidence-based. So it's not just saying, I feel bad about these things. That's not how courts work. You have to engage in a rational inquiry. What exactly have queer people done in society that is so bad, that justifies the criminalization? Do they endanger the society? Do they put anybody at risk? Next slide, please. So if no harm is shown, if there is no harm shown, then I mean the next step should automatically be decriminalization. And the second inquiry we need to make is the legal and social treatment of queer people in Africa. Because when they keep on talking about queer people are immoral, it is important for us to redirect the question. To say, you kill people every day. You throw people out of their house. You discriminate against people in access to jobs and things. That is immoral. It is immoral to kill a person and to subject people to fear for their lives every day. So the constant attacks on the welfare and dignity of queer people is what is immoral. Is it moral or immoral? So when you look at African thoughts, for example, like I said, we established initially that the community has a duty to the individual. So what kind of community harms vulnerable members of it? What kind of community criminalizes and endangers the life and well-being of the vulnerable members of it? Of course, these are the kinds of questions we need to ask when talking about morality, and not in reference to whatever abstract ideas of good or bad we have. So the daily violence against queer people across the continent and the systematic discrimination, those are what are immoral, and not just not the existence of queer people, because the existence of queer people does not endanger communal welfare and does not put anything. And so these are the quotes of some African scholars, and they are relevant here. He says there is no Ubuntu if a section of persons, if there is no Ubuntu in a section of persons suffering and not being treated as human beings in their community. So can you claim that the idea of Ubuntu exists in Africa if queer people are being violated? That violates the African moral code, and it is a betrayal of the duty of the community to the individual. So the ultimate moral inadequacy. So it's not just about the people that actively attack queer people. It's also the fact that you ignore or keep quiet in the face of these injustices. As far as African culture is concerned, it is immoral because you also have a duty to other individuals, the duty of solidarity and care. So the ultimate moral inadequacy consists in that lack of feeling, which is the root of all selfishness. The implied imperative is, this is from Pat Viredo, a very respected African philosopher. In all interpersonal situations, put yourself into the skin of the other and see if you can contemplate the consequences of your proposed action with equanimity. So we should be able to ask courts and government to put themselves in positions of queer Africans to see if they will be able to deal with the barrage of violence, discrimination, and oppression that queer people face. So, and that is what exactly we should be talking about when talking about African culture, morality. So this is what I have to say. Moral sympathy is a central tenet of human dignity in African culture. That means when you see your fellow Africans suffering or being subjected to things, you have the obligation to speak up, to challenge this. And these are the kinds of things we should be talking to our courts. We should be bringing before our governments and our courts, because this is what African jurisprudence and African morality talks about. That indifference to the suffering of other people is the ultimate moral failure. So what does this mean for future legal action on the continent? It means, So it means that we should stop avoiding the question of morality, of whether queer people are moral or not. Because what we need to do is take the conversation back to what African culture defines as moral or immoral. And then we should call upon courts to explain, because what usually happens in courts is courts just say public morality does not allow for this, and therefore it is struck down. So in future, we should be able to, when they bring up a public morality argument, we should be able to ask them, what exactly is this public morality? Explain it, because so far as I've read through almost all the judgments, they have not been called upon to explain it, but we just assume that queerness is immoral and therefore it should be illegalized. But we should start calling upon them and challenging them to explain where exactly is this morality you're talking about and where is it coming from and how exactly is this African values. The next thing is to demand, ask them to be consistent with African values of dignity, care, and communal responsibility, not Christian values or Islamic values. I'm sorry to Christians and maybe Muslims here. What I'm saying is that those do not consider African culture. And if we have to look for a starting point for making our laws, and criminalizations, we should start from African culture. And our laws should actually align with those. And we should explain the contradiction of proclaiming African morality while endorsing and perpetuating dehumanization and suffering. Because, again, African culture requires the community to care for the individual and requires individuals to care for other individuals. So if you support violence and discrimination against vulnerable people, how can you now claim to be advancing African culture or morality? It is a contradiction. Thank you very much.
That was really a very wonderful presentation. Can we please give him another round of applause? I love the parts where you made mention of how people start saying that, oh, some things are not moral. And you that actually believe that some things are moral, you end up subjecting people to pain, torture, even in terms of, withholding privileges from them because they are different. Yet, you call yourself to be moral. And this is actually against our African culture. And when we look at the Ubuntu, which talks about the self-compassion, the togetherness, the selflessness, and all of that, those are real African culture, which is not really kind of embedded in a lot of persons that call themselves Africans. And at the same time, this is also one of the things that also kind of infiltrates into rule of law. For example, the SSMPA. This is also coming from the place of their beliefs, based on what they believe to be moral and what they believe not to be moral. Forgetting by removing the aspect of Ubuntu, which has to do with the compassion and all of that. So thank you so much. I would want to ask, does anybody have any question, comments, or anything?
So we don't. I think it's just basically reflection. Okay, because of the so I think no questions. It's basically reflections because so it's also important for us as organizers in the movement and then queer people as well to also begin to also take this in and begin to also have redirect our line of thoughts towards one key question that this presentation has asked, which is, what is moral? What do we consider as moral, and then what is immoral? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you all for being part of this session.
So good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the breakout session for the paper titled Situating Lesbian Family Making in African History through the experiences of lesbian families and woman-to-woman relationships in Gauteng, South Africa. And this falls under the theme, Diversity and Inclusion of African Family Structures across time and regions, Pre-colonial African Understanding of Gender, Sexuality, and Kinship. And our author today is Shinta Jennifer Ayebazibwe from South Africa. So Shinta is a feminist researcher, scholar, activist, and writer whose work spans development studies, gender and sexualities, relationality and identity, and land and agrarian reform. She's currently pursuing a PhD in development studies at the University of Johannesburg, where her research explores how socioeconomic change affects self-expression and familial relationships. Her work intersects theory and lived experience with published research on land and agrarian reform and LGBTQ narratives in Africa. Shinta's work has been widely published, including contributions to the Palgrave Encyclopedia of Sexuality Education 2024, the Routledge Handbook of Queer African Studies 2019, and Queer Africa to New Stories 2017, to name a few. So she will present her work for 15 minutes. After that, we'll move into a very brief 5-minute Q&A and feedback session where your reflections would help basically shed light and make this an interactive session for the paper that is being presented now. So Shinta, you can proceed.
Is that, I think so.
Okay, you can see our screen.
Yes,
okay.
I can.
Okay.
All right, thank you for being here, and I'm so happy to be in this space, and so sad that I'm not there with you. I wish I could see everybody. So this presentation or this paper is part of a PhD study, and the PhD is titled Relationality and Identity, Investigating the Role of Changing Socioeconomic Circumstances on Lesbian Self-Expression while Navigating and Negotiating Relationships with Families of Origin. It's a mouthful. But basically what I'm trying to do with this study is to understand how lesbians who are out and living openly in relationships, and this is why I say women in lesbian relationships, as well, to see how they're negotiating and navigating their relationships with the families of origin. I am in development studies, and I always want to understand how development kind of shapes and influences and affects our actions and our lives. So I'm trying to understand how factors, socioeconomic factors such as education, employment, income, and any other means, whether it is losing them or gaining them, any other social status, economic status of some kind, how it's going to affect those relationships. And this study was influenced by my own life. I'm a lesbian woman. I'm in a relationship. I've been married to my partner for 14 years. We're raising a child together, and I saw how my own relationship with my family has changed over time. So I think for me, part of why I want to do this is because we have a very singular narrative of what homophobia looks like. And yet homophobia is not always the same even in one person's life. I think families change. I'm seeing this as well with my participants in this study who are lesbians and women in lesbian relationships in Gauteng, which is a province of South Africa. I chose this province because it's a very cosmopolitan province. It has a lot of people from many different groups, whether South African tribal groups or even other Africans. So, and even the demographics of my own participants, I have a very diverse demographic in terms of income groups, in terms of nationality, ethnicity, and I'm looking mostly at lesbian women, but also and women in lesbian relationships, which is to say that they can be bisexual, pansexual, whatever, as long as they are in lesbian relationships, because I want to see how that living that identity or living within those kinds of relationships is going to impact their relationships with their families of origin. I collected data through interviews, focus groups, observations, and I'm also doing autoethnography because, as I said, this is influenced by my own life. So I'm going to be including my own life story in the write-up of my PhD. I have recruited participants online at events. I'm getting a lot of snowball sampling through the snowball sampling, which is to say that when I meet somebody and I interview them, I ask them if they know somebody else who might be able to talk to me, and then I will then engage with those people and see if they are if they are a good fit for the study, because I'm looking at women above the age of 25, and as I said, they should be mostly black, although some are mixed race, colored, white, but I'm mostly interested in looking at black women. I'm going over this quickly, and I hope that people can still hear me. The theoretical framework, I'm looking at decolonial feminist queer theory. I'm using various parts of these. Mostly, I am using Bibi Bakara Yusuf's theory of, or theoretical framework of Africa as polytheist and polyethnic. I mean polyrhythmic, because when we look at identity through the kind of oppression, should I say Olympics type of thing, we miss the other ways that people find agency. People are not just lesbians, they're also sisters, they're also employees, they're also pastors and priests and sangomas. And so for me, I want to see how people gain agency through the various kind of positions they occupy in society. I want to go over this quickly. Part of the feminist literature I'm looking at is the literature by people like Oyewumi, Oyeronke, and into the idea of this universal oppression of women and universal Western family structures, this universalization of Western family structures in which women are subordinate to men, and they challenge that and say that this is not what African family structures look like. African family structures were broad and diverse, and they did not subordinate women. There's also this idea of white or Western feminists coming to Africa to save African women or appropriating African culture. I know that both Oyeronke and Ifi were very annoyed and quite spoke against Western feminists, some of them black, who would come and look at things like woman-to-woman marriages and then conclude that that was a lesbian relationship, which wasn't. But part of what my challenge to them, I guess, is to say that if they're going to critique that homosexualization of woman-to-woman marriages, then they should also critique the heterosexualization of woman-to-man marriages, because they were never about sexuality, as some of the speakers have already mentioned. They were about reproduction, expansion of the kin group, and wealth, resource distribution. So if we're going to say that African cultures were not homosexual and claim that woman-to-woman relationships or marriages were not homosexual, then we must also say that man-to-woman marriages were also not about sexuality. Sexuality is new in the history, in the way we are understanding sexuality is very new, and it comes from maybe the 1800s with the rise of capitalism and urbanization and forming these urban units that required the romantic kind of cohesive force within a family. There have been people trying to excavate African history and to try and find out whether queer people existed. Some of the panelists have already spoken to that. And in contemporary scholarship, there's a lot of focus on violence and homophobia, which is of course important to talk about and to write about, but I think that there is also, we miss a lot in trying to understand the ways in which African people also live their lives and thrive in community. So I think for me that is That is the contribution I'm trying to make with this paper and with my research in general. So what comes out of my research is that I'm going to look at right now is the ways in which the lesbians in South Africa or in this province conceptualize gender. And to link that back to our African norms around gender. And we know that there are feminists in Africa that have written about gender fluidity in Africa and the fact that gender was never used to oppress African women. In fact, that it was not the principle around which our society was organized, in contrast to the European system. The colonial gender system brought us the gender binary where there's a man and woman and the man is superior to a woman. But before that, a lot of African societies actually relied on age, on social status, other forms of lineage to give status to people. So one of my participants who is a lesbian, she's a Sangoma. Sangoma is a healer or a healer within the South African context, and it's a traditional healer most of the time, or a diviner, somebody who can see, who heals spiritually. And interestingly, there's quite a few of them within my study that are Sangomas. And for her, the way she understood her gender, as you can see, she says she grew up in a very spiritual way of living in terms of ancestral worship. Most of her family were healers or sangomas or some form of something like that. This then meant that one thinks about the spirit that a person inhabits or the spirits that are inhabited by a person rather than the body. And in terms of gendering them, you also cannot assume that this person, that the spirits within this body are one gender or another. Because within the Sangoma tradition, there is a person takes on the spirit of a dead ancestor, and sometimes it's more than one spirit. So there is this idea that there are more than, there are several spirits inhabiting a body, or sometimes if it's a female person, they're inhabited by a male spirit, and vice versa. So it becomes quite difficult to claim that this person is, must be the gender that corresponds to their sex assigned at birth, which then allows for a lot more gender fluidity in terms of thinking about a person, but also opens up space for what we might term now as trans identities or gender diverse identities. Because the spirits that inhabit a person are always not aligned with the sex of that person. So for this participant, this way of thinking about gender allows her to accept herself as a gender diverse person, but also as a lesbian. Because sometimes the spirit that is inhabiting a person also has a sexuality, and so it becomes quite limiting to only think of you are a man, so you must be attracted to a woman if we're thinking of gender in this broader sense. Another way that I thought that my participants who were lesbians were actually, their ways of doing family fit into African culture was through the marriage tradition. And a lady is a lesbian, 36 years old. She's been with her partner for 17 years. And when she told her family about her partner, they her partner wanted to come and pay lobola, which is bride price that a person pays to formalize the marriage. And unlike the formal kind of institution of the state that is colonial, and I think other people have mentioned this, within the lobola system, when you pay lobola, when the families first of all come together, negotiate lobola, and then one of the people in this case will pay it. And that means then that the relationship is formalized or recognized in society within the family. But importantly, the relationship, I mean, the negotiation is done by the families. It's not done by the two people involved in the relationship, unlike, for instance, within the kind of, should I say, modern or Western system where you meet a person, you ask them to marry you, and you two kind of negotiate with each other. We can see that in this traditional marriage system, the families are coming together, they are deciding on what is appropriate as a price, I mean, in terms of the lobola to pay, and then the relationship is then recognized. Within this tradition, it's also easier to customize to the unique particularities of the individuals. So, for instance, these two, this couple, the families, when were able to do this tradition, even if they were both women, and they just decided, okay, who's going to pay the lobola and who's going to be the one for whom the lobola is paid. So for them in this relationship, the one for whom the lobola is paid became kind of the wife. And as we know, some of these words, the interpretation, the translation of these words is not always appropriate, in the sense that we have taken words like husband and wife, which within the colonial marriage institution, a man is a husband, a woman is a wife. Whereas we know that in Ifi Amadume's work, for instance, where she's talking about female husbands, there was that possibility of a woman being a husband. And the word husband is more of a concept of who is doing the marrying, who is paying the lobola, rather than it being a man. So for me, these kinds of marriage traditions demonstrate that there is space for queer people and queer relationships in African marriage traditions. And I say African marriage traditions knowing that Africa is broad and the traditions are diverse. But some of these traditions are quite broadly practiced in some form or another. So this is why I can kind of use the concept. And finally, I wanted to look at colonial family norms versus African conceptualization of parenthood. I think in the previous session, one of the presenters was talking about how our families, we grew up with so many cousins or what you call siblings, but now within the colonial family norm would be a cousin or an aunt or whatever, and we were living with all these people. And I can see that somebody is talking about the experience in Nigeria, and that was my experience because I grew up in Uganda. I see that experience in South Africa as well. So it is an African experience to have these very large families where people are taken care of, and the relationships or the kind of biological links are not always clear. One of my participants, who is 51, a lesbian, has been married to her partner for 36 years. Quote unquote, adopted her brother's child. Both her brother and his wife were sick, and as you know, that there's been the scourge of HIV, which left a lot of orphans on this continent, which is also another reason why it does not make sense to demonize queer people, because there is such a need for people to take on these children whose parents passed away, whatever. So when her parents were sick, they asked this Mahohodi to take their child. They had 5 kids. They asked her, can you please take one of them, who was a young, a little girl. I think she was about 6 months at the time. And when she asked the wife, are you sure that I can take this child? They were like, yes, please take her. We are going to pack clothes for you. And the interesting thing is that Mahohodi herself had been raised by somebody she thought was her biological mother, but turned out to be her aunt, and her biological mother had given her to the aunt because she had too many kids and could not raise them all. So in a way, Mahohodi was doing what had been done for her, and it's not because she's a lesbian that she was doing this, it's because this idea that you can give some of your children to your relative who is doing better than you, or who is able, in a position to take care of them, is not alien. And while in the colonial family norm, it would be that you have to go through this whole process of adoption or whatever, or surrogacy, there is this kind of norm and tradition of taking care of family. And the child was raised knowing that her parents passed away, but she was now calling these two, Mahohodi and her wife, her parents. So for me, in presenting these stories, I'm trying to show that the ways that these lesbians in Gauteng are living their lives is not alien. It's not beyond the margins or the boundaries of what it means to be African. It is rooted in the African way of life. It's rooted in African spirituality, in African family formation, in African conceptualization of gender, in African marriage traditions. And
like you mentioned, there's someone you've been married for 14 years, there's someone who's been married for 17 years, and then you were able to document their stories and then use it in your paper, use it in your analysis. So that was really helpful, and it was really nice to see the perspective from both Naledi and from Sifu. Okay, so from the audience, do we have any questions for Shinta? Okay, so I have a question. Shinta, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So, based on your arguments that lesbian family formations are not alien to Africa but deeply rooted in cultural paradigms, how do you envision this, your research, intervening in current political struggles against anti-LGBTQ legislation across the continent?
I mean, I think for me, as some of the panelists before were talking about, we need to reclaim the narrative, right? We need to reclaim the narrative that homosexuality is an African, and we need to use African tradition, which is why I root my work or ground my work in decolonial scholarship, in African feminism, because it is scholarship that, and for me, what I like to do with the work is to, yes, we have work that shows us that there have been stories in the past of woman-to-woman marriages, and these stories about various African groups practicing homosexuality, bisexuality of various kinds, but we need to link these two. We need to demonstrate that these stories, this history that we have is still, I mean, the lives of queer people right now are not kind of based on a kind of maybe Western ideology or Western whatever. We need to show that these stories fit within African history, the ways that Africans still, not even in history, but even in contemporary life, still do family, still do relationships and kinship. So for me, I guess I'm always trying to document these stories. And I think it was Shamim who was talking about how we must document them so that we are not told again in 100 years that there were no queer people. So it's about documenting the stories, it's about demonstrating that these stories exist, these people exist, and also to show that queer people are not these, I don't know, crazy drug addicts or whatever, which happens when there is, of course, as the previous panelist, the psychologist, was talking about, because of the stresses that they brought under. But if you give queer people space to thrive, that they can live, that they can thrive in society, that they can build, I don't want to use the word productive, but they can be productive members of society. I think for me that is the kind of contribution that I want to make. I hope that that answered the question.
Yes, thank you very much. So, like you mentioned, demonstrating that queer lives exist, deconstructing the ideals that queer lives that currently exist are based on Western ideologies, and then documenting our stories just like you've shown us here today. So thank you very much for that. Any more questions? If there are no more questions, then we would be closing this session. If there are no more questions, then we will be ending this breakout session. Thank you very much, Shinta, for your insights. This has been very helpful and very enlightening. Would you like to say anything before we round up, or that's it from you?
No, I think I'm good. Thank you for listening, and I don't know who else is in the room over there, but I'm so happy to be part of this conversation. I think it's so important for us to be reclaiming this narrative around family and culture and African values. So I'm so excited about this conference. I hope that there will be more in future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Shinta. To everyone, our audience based online and offline, we appreciate your engagement. Though nobody asked questions, but we got like reactions, claps here and there, so that was very encouraging. So we appreciate your engagement in helping us reclaim these inclusive African histories, cultures, and values through this working paper series, which has one of the papers being presented here now by Shinta. We'll be concluding this session and then waiting for a bit before we move on to the next part of the session. So we'll wait for other breakout rooms to close out, and then we'll all reconvene here for the closeout reports. So please be a bit patient with us. Thank you. Okay.
And immediate risks have been identified specifically towards marginalized communities and human rights defenders. So this is an issue that's impacting the most vulnerable in our communities, including trans and gender diverse persons, LGBTQ women, and human rights defenders who speak on their behalf in public spaces. We have also seen an escalation in violence and persecution against these groups in multiple regions, and this has led to a spillover effect, particularly in the West African region, where we have seen non-state actors take forward acts of violence under the guise of moral policing or attempting to uphold a public morality standard. And we have also seen systematic targeting of LGBTIQ+ individuals, women's rights advocates, as well as religious and ethnic minorities. In terms of mapping the network, Across the continent, there is currently 50 plus organizations that range from the religious sector, civil society, and political sectors who are currently engaged in anti-rights advocacy work. And there are a number of complex coordination mechanisms, as well as both formal and informal alliances that have been identified, which signals that there is already a very present and robust, active anti-rights community in Nigeria. And one of the concerns is that there is a significant organizational capacity that this group has, and they have a significant amount of resource mobilization strength. So they have been able to organize themselves in such a way that they are well resourced, both financially and technically with skills. And this is because there are weaker barriers for preventing the registration of such interest groups, as well as monitoring the flow of income that is derived from external sources, empowering and emboldening these groups. In terms of international connections, there is substantial foreign funding streams coming in from both United States and European sources, and these are primarily from evangelical groups, anti-abortion groups, and conservative children's rights groups. And there is a strategic knowledge transfer and tactical sharing that these groups engage in. So they are working towards capacitating the anti-rights community by hosting convenings, sharing different information resources such as blog posts, newsletters, email chains, WhatsApp chains, that keep the broader community up to date, as well as also kind of like continuing to motivate and inspire them to continuously engage in anti-rights rhetoric. There is also the existence of coordinated messaging frameworks and capacity building initiatives. So the theory that I am working with in this area is that there's a promotion of indigenous leadership in this area to advance anti-rights agendas, and this is now one of the new strong emerging strategies. So the indigenization of anti-rights rhetorics is, I think, one of the big threats to our community at the moment, because that is how those like narratives such as the ones discussed today about how homosexuality is Pan-African or queer same-sex relationships did not have any place in our society, which are all like falsehoods. And through the creation of ambassadors, as well as the grooming of well-known political and religious leaders, we've seen more penetration of anti-rights narratives into mainstream news and media platforms. So just to briefly touch on who we're dealing with, when we look at the Pentecostal or evangelical churches, some of the major organizations that are beginning to peddle rhetoric or are continuing to peddle rhetoric are Witness Chapel, the Redeemed Christian Church of God, Living Faith Church, and Christ Embassy. And what makes these attractive grounds to cultivate relationships with by these anti-rights actors is that the organizational characteristics of these churches are that they have hierarchical denominational structures within the religious teaching frameworks. So by working with church elders networks and please excuse me for a second. Sorry about that. So by working with these networks and by sharing sermons, speeches, and other forms of like structured engagement, they've been able to kind of take forward the sharing of that narrative to a level where the church itself cannot determine that it's an external narrative. It has become ingrained into its platforms through that wide dissemination using the hierarchical structure. And through kind of the engagement with media platforms and international affiliations, I think that there has been a stronger encouragement for these specific institutions to
Hi, Tiruna. Thank you for that in-depth presentation, especially the part about how, the funding sources of, these anti-right actors and what we can do to push back. Over here in Nigeria is about past 6 and everybody is agitating to move out of the hall and go have some fun or sleep. So I would just ask that, does anyone have a question? No question for the house, and any other question, especially from the audience in Zoom, please, we can put that in the chat box and we'll take it, and my colleagues will put responses if directed to us, or Tiruna, you can provide responses if directed to you. But thank you so much. We are looking forward to seeing the complete version of this report and sharing it with the rest of the community. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have come to the end of this conference, and I am going to bring on board the Executive Director of TS to close us out with a very heartwarming closing remark, as flanked by Chimdinma, in case she has something to say. Thank you so much, everyone.
Good evening again, everyone. I know that we're all tired, but we do understand that this was a necessary thing for us to do, and we're hoping that it will continue even in the years to come, because we continue to, sensitize people, continue to bring the information and balance the scales and change the narrative. So with that, I want to call this to a close. We do have some refreshments, some things outside, so we hope that you enjoy. Thank you so much for being a part of this. Thank you.